cámara. Y dime qué cámara soy.
Buenos días.
Señor, ¿cómo está? Muy bien.
¿Me puede ser un segundito aquí, ir al baño y ya se me cansó esta
Sí. Mira la compensación de la exposición aquí.
Como va a haber algo. Pues.
Más 0,7, ¿lo ves?
Sí. ¿Qué quieres?
No, para que muevas el iris y solo tienes que ir compensando. Lo demás se te quita solo, ¿eh?
Vale, vale.
Si es que te vas a meter una nave y
Pero
ahora
tú
no tengo
quieres.
nada.
Me vas diciendo, a ver, ¿y cierra
Sí,
iris? Y yo
sí,
le
ya
cierro.
está. Pero que no ves el iris, ves la compensación
Vale,
solo.
sí, sí.
Porque el iris, a ver,
Sí, no.
el iris lo tienes aquí en el Mario.
Quitar el automático y le darás segundo.
No,
Te pones manual.
Y te indica dónde está el cero. Yo tengo que sepa dónde está el cero y estás quemado. Claro, tú tienes que estar entre 0 y 0,7 máximo, ¿sabes?
Vale.
Te voy a poner lo del enfoque para que vaya al cuadrado también. Míralo aquí. Ese cuadradito coge el foco y la luz. Vale.
Vale, ok.
Es súper suave, este es camarón, ¿verdad? Mira que suave es el anillo, ¿eh? Nada que ver. Rapar un poquito de la salsa, ¿sabes? Vale.
Good morning, everyone. Aloha. Welcome to, can't remember what day number it is, but it's Saturday, day number 5. We got some small conditions here today, but it's super clean. There might be a couple more inches tomorrow, or it might be similar, but with a bit more wind. So I think we want to make use of the clean conditions and get action in the water. So we're going to actually start with quarterfinals for the longboard division. That does take priority to make sure we get the best conditions for the longboard division. So we'll be starting at 11:50. First heat in the water at 11:50. And that'll be starting with the quarterfinals for the longboard division. For the Spanish Championships, please stand by. Apologies, we had you provisionally planned for first thing, but we have priority to make sure we get the best conditions for the longboarding division. And as soon as we get through a few heats, we'll update you and keep you posted when we'll be running the Spanish heats. 25-minute heats. We'll be starting at 11:50. Any questions, come see us and have a great day of competition.
¿No sabes si compiten hoy alguna hora?
Sí, compiten ahora.
¿Qué, o sea, qué categoría? Porque tienen que acabar.
Empiezan a las 12 y no sé categoría se tienen que estar en los puestos.
A las 12 empiezan. Vale, gracias.
just a reminder, we are going to get underway with the quarterfinals of the longboard division starting at 11:50. So that's the quarterfinals men. You'll be getting underway at 11:50. So riders, please check in. So in the first heat we have Taka Inouye and Kilian Burak. Taka Inouye and Kilian Burak, please check in with the beach marshal, grab your jersey. We'll be starting the heat in just around 10 minutes, so at 11:50. 11:50 start. All free surfers, could we have you clear the water? We're going to be getting underway with competition here in just a few minutes. Could we please have you get a wave in or go along to the right hand or a little further down there? We just need to clear the water for the competitors. All free surfers, please clear the water.
Por favor, salgan de la zona de competición. Y surfers, por favor, salgan de la zona de competición. Vamos a empezar en breves momentos.
So all free surfers, could we have you leave the lineup, please? Catch a wave in. We're going to be getting underway with quarterfinal number 1. Athletes in the first heat. Taka Inouye and Kilian Burak. You're next up. Please check in. we're going to be getting underway in 7 minutes. Athletes, please check in.
Joder, tío, pero lo burro es.
Queridos amigos, en breve comienza la competición. Por favor, rogamos a los surfistas que están en la zona de la competición, si son tan amables, vayan poco a poco, por favor, apartándose a una zona prudencial para poder comenzar en 5 minutos con nuestra competición en el día de hoy. Rogamos, por favor, a los surfistas locales, si son tan amables, vayan ubicándose en una zona apartada a la zona de competición. esta competición se están por favor. En un minuto comenzamos. 1 minute, 1 minute to go.
Good morning, you guys. Welcome to the APP World Tour. We're at the Gran Canaria Program 2024, and I believe this is the last day of competition. We got the finals of the longboard, SUP, and we're straight away into the quarterfinals. First heat is Takanui versus Kilian Barak, which we found out.
Barak, yes.
We've been calling him Barak by his last name.
I talked to him this morning, and I apologized to him, but he said, no, it's my fault, Steve. I filled out the form like we do in France often, and we put our last name first. So, but we do apologize for giving him the for calling him incorrectly. His name is Kilian Barak. What a nice young man. He did very well in the juniors, and surfed that super high performance blue shortboard that looks so good under his feet. And now we're in the longboard, and he had this magic system down yesterday, Dave, on this wave. Kilian would take off left, get a nose ride going left, and then he was in sync with the ocean yesterday. He would get 2, 3, maybe even 4 turns right off in this little bowl section right in this. It's a very small zone, maybe 3-4 meters, 10 feet wide, that he could stay in this pocket, hack these little hacks, and then finish it off coming through the inside. Kind of set the blueprint for the day. A lot of people followed his lead there, but Kilian has his work cut out for him. Of course, Taka was arguably the top longboard surfer, and if you're looking at traditional longboard surf style, I would say Taka was the top guy yesterday in the earlier rounds of longboards, classic longboard style surfing. I would say that possibly Leo Jimenez was throwing the biggest shortboard style maneuvers, the high performance longboard maneuvers of the day. So I would say that coming into today, we have Taka with incredible. It's a combination of everything. I mean, he's got to be considered a favorite. We had Leo with possibly the highest performing longboarding, and then Benoit Carpentier was really a combination of both. And as we understand it from the judges, they are really looking for a combination of both today. So it'll be interesting to see. This is the quarterfinals. Nobody can do worse than 5th place. So nobody is going to be worse than 5th in the world in stand-up longboarding. And my co-commentator here, Dave Bainey, is competing today. So Dave, you will finish no worse than 5th in the world in stand-up longboarding today. That's the worst you can do.
Well, I definitely have a tough task ahead of me with Benoit. As you mentioned, he was probably the most all-around performing surfer in my eyes, and Takanui was definitely the standout as far as the highest scores dropped. So here we go. We got to look at Takanui right now in red, and there you go, just straight up to the nose. Wave's a little smaller today, but it's cleaner, so I feel it favors the nose riding style today. As he gets another one, gets a cutback, so he's moving into that progressive style. Nice little cross step cutback, and you can see the wave's a nice little peak. So that whole wave was left, but now he's going right. It's going to reform here. And lower tide, the inside's a little bit more dumpy, but he's getting a nose ride. Gets a little finish right there. So great opening ride.
Yeah, I feel like he followed that blueprint that I said that Killian laid out yesterday. You know, you start out with a nose ride going left, maybe even sneak in another one. Then you fill in 2 or 3 turns right in a very tight pocket. Because it gets deep, that you can see from this shot, there's a little rip off the corner, which to me, Dave, you've been out there, but I think that means it's a little deep. If you push yourself too far down the line, you're going to kick yourself out of the wave.
Yeah, so here's that replay, and straight away into a nice nose ride. Fading back, this little wave's serving up plenty of opportunity right here. Straight back into the nose, clicks a little 10. Another cutback, so just working this wave perfectly, staying next to the shoulder, and he's going to fade back right here, and just finishes off that wave. I mean, just as good as he could.
So it'll be interesting to see where the judges go with that one, because to me that's the blueprint of what the waves are going to look like today. We may have bigger ones, we may have smaller ones, but I don't think you could have done much more on what was on offer there. So, the judges may, I'm going to throw something out there and make something up. The judges may put that in the 6-5-7 range. It leaves them room in both directions. A bigger wave, more radical maneuvers, they could score higher. And then, and again, I'm making stuff up. We're just starting things out in the morning. We see some of the Spanish contingent there on the beach. We see our champion right there.
Yep, newly crowned world champion, Luchi Cozoleto from Argentina. We got Team Spain out here. There's Guillermo just feeling it. The influencer doctor. Alonze from Spain as well. So everyone out here early supporting the finals day, having a great time.
Are you saying that Guillermo fixes influencers?
He does a lot. He does a lot. And he was showing me his TikTok following, and I was just kind of...
He's an influencer doctor.
I was mind blown. That's what he said. That's what that's the rumor.
I mean, influencers need fixing too.
He's doing something right.
Oh, boy.
So no scores yet for Takanui. But I do feel that style of riding today is going to favor the conditions, more the classic style. If we're talking about the range of criteria, I feel like that more slow pace, flowy, glidey, trim style is going to favor the waves today, just the way they're breaking.
Once again, I was just completely making up a score, but I think my made-up score there was just like to set a benchmark. And then the judges can go from either side of that benchmark that they set today. So, Dave, as this heat's been going on, you mentioned that you're facing Benoit, who's got to be a favorite in this event. And we see Killian eyeing something up out here, possibly.
Yeah, Killian priority. So he's looking at this wave. Taka's kind of sitting right there. So Killian is going to stroke into this one. Decides to go left, straight up to the tip. Cameraman, whoa, it's a little early. Cameraman might need a little coffee, but he fell down anyway, so Killian's going to definitely want to get going a little better with that.
So, Dave, I thought maybe we could work on your strategy for your heat against Benoit.
Oh, man, I'll take any strategy offers. Here's a little replay. So he got in quite early, had the choice to go right or left, decides to go left. Did a nice job getting up to the nose, but just timed it a little poorly. So here's Takanui right back in, and oh my, he almost actually pulled that off.
It was like there was like the limbo line right there. Is it that's the limbo, right? When you lay down.
He did do the limbo.
Like how low can you go? Like I can go 6 inches, Dave. I can get under this.
Yeah, so I'm hearing scores drop, and there it is. Taka Inui opening right was an 8.0.
8.0.
So we're getting a good look at what the judges are liking.
That's an excellent wave right there. I mean, literally, by the judges' scorecard, an 8 is an excellent. And it couldn't be surfed much better, but I felt like the judges, being the very first wave of the day, may leave a little room in both directions. But it's hard to argue with any of his surfing in that wave. All right, so Dave, you know, I'm starting to think here about I'm starting to strategize about your quarterfinal heat here, okay? So my first thought is, can we get a hold of Benoit's watch? Maybe we could...
His watch?
His watch. Maybe we could set a different time zone, like have him be late for his heat, you know?
Oh, man, I'm going to need all that. You know, it's definitely going to be a tall order to beat Benoit today. I know that. We all know that. But I'm going to go out there. Benoit's a good friend. We're going to have a lot of fun. And, you know, I'm just going to surf. And I'm just hoping not to get fully embarrassed. A little embarrassed would be okay, but I just don't want to get cleaned up.
So a couple other thoughts is maybe Kelly Slater seemed to have the magic from pushing the water. You see him in between heats, in between waves. He just pushes the water. Maybe you could try a little water pushing.
I'll try anything. I'll give that a go. So here we go. Looks like Killian has priority. They're kind of searching for this deeper one where that left kind of comes off that shelf. Taka's looking too. This is interesting because Taka doesn't have priority, but he was going for that one. So Taka with that 8.0, Killian basically has, you know, 2 small scores.
I got another one for you here, Dave.
Yeah.
So the wave's pretty far out there. I'm not sure if the judges can see, so maybe you could pull the Rick Kane from the movie where you kind of use your paddle and pull on his leash.
Yeah, the leash pull. That's a classic one. So Killian getting into this one. Backside, cross-stepping. Pulls that one. Still gliding to the closeout section. Hangs on. Now this is the part where you got to choose wisely. So he's looking right. Staying with this one.
He's looking left and right, trying to decide where the energy is going to be.
Yeah, he's trying to fade into this one to hopefully get a little wall. Just trying to stay busy, a little bit of cross-stepping. And at least he finished the waves off clean. But you saw his expression right there. He knew that there wasn't much happening for that, and I mean, there's not much he could do.
Yeah, this lower tide, as the tide filled in, we were seeing some sections, some inside sections that could put an exclamation point on a wave. And in this particular wave, you know, at this particular low tide, it just doesn't seem like there's the room for that exclamation point on the wave. That you need to get your work done on the outside, at this tide at least.
Right.
And we saw Killian have the blueprint yesterday of almost a double nose ride into multiple turns on the outside. And this wave, they drove a little deep, so he wasn't able to make it to that corner where he could get those multiple nose rides in. Excuse me, the multiple turns in that was kind of his signature from yesterday. So he's in, he's nose riding. And then you see the whitewater break in front of him. And this is where, historically, yesterday, he'd be able to get around that and then work that corner. And then here he is working it through on the inside. So they gave him a 3.83 for that. So I think what I'm seeing, Dave, is that the judges have changed the scale a bit for today. They're taking into account the fact that the waves are a bit smaller today. So a wave that's, you know, Taka might not have scored an 8 on that wave yesterday. Killian might not have scored a 4 on that wave yesterday. But the judges are taking into account. And that's the idea of the judges. They're supposed to say a 10 is what is the best possible wave that you could surf under the conditions that we have in front of us today. And it's not pipeline out there today, you know. In fact, talking to one of the officials from Gran Canaria, and he was me from Florida. This is fantastic longboard conditions. I mean, this would be an outstanding longboard day, but they were disappointed in the conditions. Here's Killian again.
Yep, Killian grabbing one under priority, and a lot of times these in-between set waves have been offering up some fun little sections. As you can see, he's already got a cutback, little floater, and let's see if he could work this one. So that's one thing out here today. It is tricky to decide to kind of spend your time waiting for that outside wave, which proven to provide the best scores, yesterday. But today it's pretty small, and sometimes the smaller ones stand up on that sandbar a little bit better, wall up a little more. And that's one thing when I was warming up, I was trying to figure out, like, what am I going to do? And honestly, I was kind of...
I saw you a little active out there, going a little right, a little left, and a little inside, a little outside. I saw you kind of making your way through the lineup. I didn't know if that was on purpose or that's where the opportunity was.
Yeah, definitely a lot of fading back and forth, just trying to... the idea, it's a peak, so you're trying to fade from one side and come in from behind so you could set up that wall, right?
So we're trying to learn from this.
Live action right here. Takanui straight to a 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. About an 8-second nose ride right there. Cut back into the section. Taka's going to stay with this one. You see him stalling on his tail to see if he could get into that pocket, and there he goes again, straight up into the nose. And just look at the nose just rise up. That board is just so good for these flowy, flat type of waves. Working hard to stay with this one. And that's what's cool, too, with that paddle. You're able to flow through those flat sections that maybe surfing you wouldn't be able to make.
So, and this is why I was thinking that first score might be lower than an 8, because to me this wave was better than his first one. Now, there might have been less performance surfing, but that level of longboard surfing there was as good as it gets on Earth. And he really worked. It almost seems like there's 2 nose ride sections off the bat. If you get the right set wave, there's 2 nose ride sections right off the bat, and Taka got that set wave, and he got both of those nose ride sections, and he optimized them. So my uninformed opinion. Now again, there wasn't as much of the rail surfing aspect of that wave.
Yeah, it was interesting because he did get a much longer nose ride, but on that other one he got like 3 or 4 sections to nose ride, right? And then he added those cutbacks. But that nose ride he got on that last wave, I mean, you heard me counting it down, it was quite long and extended. So here we go, Killian. What's he got? So he's up to the nose, clicks a little hang 5, gets another cutback, looking pretty similar to his other rides. Let's see how this wave shapes up for him. Fading up, so right now his highest score is a 3.8, trying to improve on that. If this thing lines up on the inside, he's got a chance to do that. So gliding through the flat section, got to stay patient, and here's where you got to make a decision. So up to the nose, and it's just about as much as you could do with that.
So it seems like he's broken from his signature maneuver of making it to that corner section and then knocking off a couple turns in the corner. He's doing one nose ride, and then he's kind of eyeballing the right in a way earlier than he did yesterday. And I don't know what we're missing on the I don't know what he's seeing on the left. Maybe it's not setting up, but it hasn't been paying off for him yet. We have a set wave setting up for Taka. His last one was a double up too, that one that had the long nose ride, which hopefully we get to see again here. It had a double up in front, and he still managed to nose ride. And then right when he got the long nose ride right at the end of it, it just magically, as if nature was just coming to him, the double up just caught up to itself, and he banked right into it.
Yeah, he's definitely done a great job reading the wave out here. I mean, man, he's just gotten the most impressive nose rides of the event so far, along with Benoit, I would say, are the standouts as far as nose riding. And gosh, it's been really fun to watch.
I don't feel like nature does that for me, Dave. I'm sitting out on the back of the double up, double up, double up, double up, and then nature just, the seas don't part and just set the section right there for me. And then the few times they do, Dave, when you might be at, like, for example, a beach break, and you take off on the larger section, and then there's a little smaller section coming towards you, and you're just amping for that air because you just don't get that little wedge coming towards you very. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, replay Killian.
So in the past, he would take that, he would continue that left and get the pocket off of that left. This time he's been pulling it around to the right, and I'm not sure if it's optimal.
Yeah, so here goes Taka again, live action. So he did get a 7.77 as he
Oh, did you see that
kung
rail
fu's
grab?
through. You got to be kidding me now. All right, so hang 10 to a gnarly late drop, hang 5 into a helicopter. So Takanui taking out the whole bag of tricks here, and it's kind of like a cage fight with no mercy. Taka and Nui just
That's never even crossed my mind in that moment where I should take my hand off the paddle, put it on the rail.
He just did something. He's
Finished
feeling it. He's definitely feeling that one. So he did get a 7.77 on his last wave. So he's got an 8.0 and a 7.7 so far. And I'm going to be willing to bet that was his best wave so far. So watch this. If you want to see something incredible, just keep your eyes on the screen. Locks in that 10, by the way. Almost like a reverse. Look, I'm speechless. So helicopter. Keeling got a wave behind him as well.
The amazing thing, Dave, there was that helicopter was absolutely on purpose. He saw what was setting up, and he did it early. Like, he was already grabbing that rail, knowing that the section was going to hammer him, and he was intending to burn that tail out and do that 360. But he had thought of that before it had even happened.
Oh, for sure. Here's a replay of Killian, who got that wave behind him. And it was a nice left that went up for him. He got nice cutback here. Unable to hang on, though. So Taka Nui with a stranglehold grip on this heat. So he's got 8.0, 7.7. Killian's got some decent scores. He's got a 3. Back that up with a 3.17.
I think we're going to see more from Killian, though, because of what we saw from him yesterday. He kind of had that double nose ride 3-turn wave with a finish on the sand on lock yesterday. And there's no reason he can't do the same today.
So here we go, red and white. See them paddling out? That's a cool story. Those are the Benoit's brothers, Pierre and
Matt.
And Mathieu Carpentier. They're going brother versus brother in the next seat, and they're twins, by the way. So here we go, Killian in white. It's going to be fun fun heat to watch, brother versus brother.
They are fun guys, too. I mean,
they really are.
We were talking with them, you and I, last night, and some characters, just some real characters. They, their younger brother, Benoit, he is truly a professional surfer, and these guys, it's a family affair. The entire family is here. Their sister's here. I think their mother and father are here, and they're having fun. And the twins seem to be having the most fun of all.
Yeah.
I mean, Benoit is here to win. He's serious. And the other boys, they're just surfing great and smiling. As I said yesterday, the surfer, who's the best surfer on the water? The one having the most fun. Well, if that's true, then the Carpentier brothers might be the ones having the most fun. Excuse me, the Carpentier brothers might be the best surfers on the water by that standard. So, once again, I was talking to the official from the Canaries. He was like, I'm so disappointed in the waves. Look at this, Dave. It's gorgeous. I mean, look at that. How can anyone complain about that condition right there? Oh, my God.
The Florida man just frothing here in the booth. Man. But I know what you're saying. It's a pretty morning. It's nice and groomed. It's smooth. For the longboarding, I feel it's definitely a fun day to be sup longboarding, and I'm happy to be here, and we're happy you're here.
I mean, it's just been a carbon copy of perfection. I mean, everyone talks about Southern California being perfection. Here's Taka with that helicopter. But the longboard helicopter, it was just so purposeful.
Oh, yeah. That's definitely not the first time he's ever done that. Nice and smooth and just executed perfectly. Here goes Killian. Just about a minute left. So let's see if he could get a nice one to finish this heat off. Kind of clicked a little 10 right there. That was pretty stylish.
Taka earned a 9+ Dave for a closeout section. for making magic happen. I believe it was that helicopter. And we saw it set up. He was nose riding, and he saw that was going to close out in front of him. He crunches down, takes his hand off the paddle, sets it on the rail, and intentionally kicks the very large fin out on that, which is not as easy as it might sound. He kicks that fin all the way out, and we were looking at him. The fins he's riding, and he's not a big guy, and he was riding fins in the 11-inch range, longboard fins, which is a massive longboard fin in my opinion. And for him to slide that fin out, and it's harder than you think. I remember Dave going out and just putting in like just a regular thruster fin, just a single fin, just to see if I could slide the fins out on just a front side, the paddle push front side spinner, or just leaving like some little side bites in and trying the paddle spinner. It's harder to release it than you think. Right?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely takes a little skill for sure. And Takanui is just dripping with skill. His entire family is. So counting down the heat, he's going to get this at the buzzer. Not sure if it'll count, but it won't really matter. Takanui, first place. Going to take the wind over Kilian Barak as we see him get a little hot lap in.
I mean, he's setting a standard there. I mean, with 2 excellent scores on the board. He's, as we've said, he is one of the favorites in this, and probably the most stylish, traditional longboarder, and boy, did he show it in this heat. So congratulations to Taka Inui for moving to the semifinals. So he will be no less than 3rd in the world in longboard after ending up no less than number 1 in the world in shortboard stand-up.
Yeah, so he's going for the double crown. So in this next heat, as we mentioned, quarterfinals heat number 2 of the longboard submen, we got brother v brother. We see the highlights of Takanui. He started this one off just with a banger, an 8.0, and continued his flurry from there. But this first wave, just multiple nose ride sections, couple cutbacks, and just stepping off on the sand every time.
Dave, this is my other secret for you. It's just surf like Taka.
Okay, yes, got it.
That's my recommendation.
It's good advice.
I mean, it seems to work.
Shout out to the cameraman again. Look at Taka just almost walk off the board.
And that's hard to do right there in that super shallow
So here we go. Watch this. Nose ride. 10. Click
the hand
it.
is there.
Grab
Look how
the rail.
early. Look how
Chopper.
early.
Run to the chopper. And there we go.
So Dave, when I learned this maybe 10 years ago after some struggling. I think we saw Laird doing his helicopters, and I came home. I'm going to learn these helicopters. And the secret that I learned to do the helicopter was you had to create turbulence with the fin. So I would almost do like a heavy-duty kick stall and then run to the nose, and then the fin would slide break-free easily. But it's almost like if the fin is flying down the wave, it's like suctioned in place. It's forced down the line. So here we are in the next. This is Matt Carpentier, first wave.
Yeah, Matu. He was warming up this morning. I saw him eyeing these rights and goes straight into one. Gets a nice little layback, re-entry. And he's working this section as well. Staying in the middle of the wave, trying to see if something can conjure up. And, yeah, Matu. So see, starting off, waiting for scores. You see Taka and Kilian. Kilian, how did you do that helicopter? And Taka's like, hey, man, it's like drinking a cup of coffee. I do them every day.
So that's what I'm trying to do is explain to the surfer at home how mortals can do the helicopter. And it's on your front side. And you do.
But he did it on his backside.
He did it on his backside. But you've got to create turbulence in the fin. The fin will stay locked, and it's very hard to get the fin to break free. So if you can do a kick stall or something to kill the flow of the fin and run to the nose and place the paddle in the wave, that's the easiest version of the helicopter.
Yeah, Matu in red getting another one. His first wave came in at a 4.5 as you see him nose right across this left, straight into a backhand cutback. So this wave looking pretty nice for Matu. His brother Pierre, twin brother Pierre, out the back, has not caught a wave quite yet. Matu sticking with this one. But some nice work done on the outside. Let's see if he can capitalize here on the inside with a nice finishing. He's got a little cutback. Setting up, little reform, and finishes off that wave quite nice. So I'm going to have to say he's going to get another great score here. So Matu with the 4.5. We'll see where that lands.
These starboards, they look so thin to me that these guys are riding. But I think what it does is it creates the judges have defined their criteria. They're looking for nose riding and rail surfing, and the traditional style of the starboard, but then the thinner rails allow it to be sort of a 50-50 performance type of thing where you can have the nose riding, as you see Matt do, but then you can also have that rail surfing with those thinner rails from the back end of the board that allow him to go up into the lip. So I think if he's not advancing, his equipment's not holding him back. Now, on the flip side of that, his brother is probably riding one of Benoit's prototype starboards, so there's probably not a whole lot of points of distinction in the equipment that they're riding. So, and being twin brothers, there's probably not a whole bunch of distinction in their size or their athletic ability. So,
yep, Sebastian Gomez coming up in the next heat, getting ready. Here we go, Pierre opening up on his first ride. Glides into this one, straight to the nose. Walks back. This looks like a nice right. Gets a good cutback. Oh!
But he's going to come up smiling. I mean, he is the most joyful competitor. And yesterday he was surfing in a colorful Speedo, Dave. I'm not sure if he won a bet or lost a bet, but he was riding a colorful Speedo that looked like it had a wrestling belt on the front that said bodyboard on it. I'm not kidding. So.
Yep, Matu scratching in on this one. Says hi to his brother on the way in on this. Gets to the tip. Going left on his backhand. Closes out on him, but he's still staying with this. Gets another rebound. Pierre getting another one behind him in white, you see. So Matu got a 4.83 on his last wave for that left, so good score right there.
I think it's coming down to wave selection. I mean, Matt's just made very good decisions, and he's got a number of waves still going on this one, trying to get the finish here. A little hang. There's the hang 5, and there's the, what do you call the heel? The hang, the heel.
Yeah, maybe a cheater 5. All right, Pierre on this left.
Good looking wave.
Yeah, good cut back there for Pierre. And you're right, it just seems like he's just kind of laughing or smiling the whole time. Like, just has this grin on him. And he's going to work this one to the inside. See, there's that grin again. And he's just like yelling at his bro. He's like, what's up? So Pierre, patient with this one. Nice cut back. It's going to pay off. So that's a nice little inside. Let's see. Oh, going for the big barrel. And the big re-entry, Pierre Carpentier.
Coming up with a smile, I'm sure. See, look at this guy. I mean, he's the best surfer on the water. The one having the most fun.
Surfing's fun.
He started out with some powerful maneuvers, too. They might have been even more powerful than his brother's maneuvers as well. So I think he's going to get himself back into this competition. You know, it wasn't maybe as complete a wave, but the individual maneuvers were strong. So 3.33 he's rewarded for that last wave of white, I believe. So it's going to raise him up in the 6 range, and Matt is in the 9 range. So within striking distance. Matt looking at a set wave here, so we could see a point of difference. Oh, he's kicking out. I wonder what the volume is, because it doesn't look, it's a 9.0, but like I said, it was thin. It doesn't look like a ton of volume. Matt's not a huge guy. And, I mean, it's still a longboard. He's still above the water line.
Yeah, I was talking to him at Benoit yesterday after our heat. We're just kind of checking out boards and seeing what each other's riding and all that, just kind of just having a little chat. And, yeah, so that board is 9 feet by 25 inches wide, and it's just around 90 liters, I believe.
So there's some volume there.
Yeah, so I think it was 3 3/4 thick as you get a nice roundhouse, too. Kind of ripping right there. Let's go. Off the bottom. Nice little carve again. So getting two of the best cutbacks
Yeah,
we've seen
I
so
think
far.
that might be the highest performance wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, let's see if we could get a little tradicional on the inside.
A little tradicional.
So he's waiting. He's setting it up. He knows there's something coming here. Let's see if he could reach that nose and kind of complete that format we're looking for. Here it goes, straight to the nose. It's a nice wave.
I'm thinking that's going to be the best wave of the heat. I mean, there was less tradition, but it was some solid, beautiful, stylish, Carpentier patented surfing. I mean, the family all surfs with great style. Now, Dave, is there a little rip or something here closer to the rocks? Looks a little bumpy.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, straight through the whole lineup, the water's swirling under there. It's actually much more challenging to stand up on your boards than it looks. A lot of reverb, a lot of swirling, a lot of peaks coming from everywhere. But yeah,
look at this. Nice line, both directions for Pierre if he can get into it.
Yeah, that rip just shoots you out right next to that jetty, so it's a quick little escalator back out to the lineup.
So I would say Matt is just a little smaller than you are, and you said that he's on a 9.0 by 25 by 90 liters. Here it is. Here's what might be the best wave of this heat.
Yeah, what I didn't realize, he got that quick nose ride at first too, so that's a great little combo. Nose ride into a roundhouse and gets that nice carve. So Mathieu with another carve, so a lot of work done.
And all with good style, like good sort of that longboard posture, that self-confidence. It's a different posture than your shortboard style,
Yeah, a little more upright.
So I'm curious to see where the judges go. Have you seen anything drop yet?
Yeah, he got a 7.5 for that ride.
7.5,
That's a great score.
I mean, it was great surfing. And again, style built in. Like, whereas in the shortboard style, you often see the judges want to see you take risks, and sometimes the surfer may bobble a bit when they're taking the risk. Matt was taking risk in those maneuvers, but there was no bobble whatsoever, which is kind of classic for the whole family, it seems like.
Right.
So I was talking with them. They live in Brittany, which is a bit wave-starved compared to Hossegor.
Yeah, Pierre fading left, coming right. Nice wall in front of him. Smooth cutback. Didn't hang on, but he knew he had to go for something big, which he did. Fortunately, it didn't work out for him.
So they hail from the Brittany area in France, and but it makes them competitors in all kinds of craft. In small conditions like this, we see Pierre pushing super hard off the tail here, just driving through, kind of the John Florence drive through back into the whitewater. I say that because John really patented that and brought it to the world tour. Before John, you just did a cutback and then you continued down the line. And John actually started that whipping it, an extra whip right back towards the whitewater. And it's amazing that on a stand-up paddleboard, on a longboard, you're able to do the John whip and still come back around from it with the help of the paddle.
Right.
So I think the nature of where they live and the variety of conditions, there's a lot of wind, there's a lot of tidal changes. For you to be a great shortboard surfer, you got to be willing to get in a car every 45 minutes and find another sandbar that's working. But if you're a wing foiler or a shortboard foiler or a stand-up longboarder, you might be able to get an hour and a half out of a tide spot or 2 hours instead of a half hour or 45 minutes.
That's true.
So it's kind of like your home makes who you are in some ways.
Yeah, Pierre's like, Mathieu, what'd you do to get that 7.0? And you see him, he's kind of gesturing. So, well, I was ripping, and then I was ripping again, and then what I did was nose ride, and then I ripped it again. He's like, okay, makes sense. Makes sense.
I think there's a direct correlation between Pierre's heat scores and the amount of clothing he's wearing as well. Yesterday he had the Speedo on, and he did very well.
Yes.
And then he wore board shorts, and now he's in a full suit. And we may see, but as this heat winds down, the wetsuit come off. It's a last-ditch maneuver.
You never know. I wouldn't put it past him. Yeah, so we got 12 minutes left in this heat. Mathieu Carpentier got that 7.5 in red, sitting in the lead. And here we go, his brother Pierre, white, little cross-step, drop knee, fading left, coming back right. He's going to look for the cutback here. Nice and smooth, but he hasn't been in tune with that cutback quite yet today. So,
we talked to Matt afterwards, and Matt had an interview with Tatiana after his heat. And it seemed like, I know I've been saying this a lot, there's just such a good community vibe among the professional stand-up paddlers, but Matt was so thankful for the Canaries for putting this on. He's so thankful to the APP for hosting a longboard division. Just, if there was anything, he seemed to be thankful for everything on this earth, And, oh, look at this.
Pierre, nice cutback. There we go. That's the surfer we know. He's just kind of cruising. Like, he got that cutback, staying patient with it. Oh, switch dance, rock dance.
So, Dave, I think your other secret is, I think you can get a couple turns off on everybody's bailing on the left after one turn. Coach Steve is going to suggest you try and get an additional turn off before you.
There's no secret to that. I like left. So here we go. Pierre was looking right, but then he drops in left, and good thing that he did because he got a nice swooping cutback, and then you're right, it kind of runs off and he gives up on it a little bit. I think a little too early, like you said.
I mean, you still have plenty of time to get the work done to come back across. There's a lot of downtime. I think there's time for at least one more turnover there before you have the downtime to make it through to the beach.
Oh yeah, Leonardo Jimenez, we'll see him in the next heat. He's going to be squaring off against Sebastian Gomez. So goofy versus regular. Leonardo
big smile,
throwing some of the biggest turns progressive style yesterday. And Sebastian Gomez has been a fun story because obviously we all know how hard Sebastian rips on the shortboard. He kind of entered the longboard just for fun, and he's happened to be making some heats. And I will tell you, and this is no joke, his heat right now will literally be the 5th time he's ever ridden a longboard. So it's been kind of fun to see him try to figure it out. But he ripped a couple turns yesterday. Here we go, white. Pierre Carpentier, currently in second place, looking for a score. They go to red, that's Mathieu. White up and over, gets a floater, gets a little ollie. He's feeling it.
I mean, that was a powerful turn, and the judges are looking for power. I mean, Pierre, it seems, may be able to deliver those even more powerful maneuvers than his brother, at least in this heat. Just hasn't been putting together the full rides, but this may be his full ride.
Petting the kitty right there. And nice little floater. So that's going to be his best ride, I'm willing to bet today.
It'll bring him back into the heat, I believe.
And it's almost like Pierre's just, you could tell he's just out there for fun and whatever happens, happens. But you see he puts a little effort into it. He could definitely surf really well and, give his brother some problems. But Mathieu have to back up that 7.5.
Yeah, that was a special 7.5 because there were multiple powerful turns, nose ride, and there were no bobbles in the style whatsoever. So well-deserved 7.5.
You can follow us in our social media. Join, of course, this.
And it was on a right as well, which we haven't really seen many rights score very big. I mean, just due to the nature that they seem to fizzle out into deeper water a little quicker. So if you're going to score on a right, you've got to get your work done very quickly, which Matt got a nose ride and 2 turns in. Matt wants this one. He's hustling. It does look like a bigger wave. And once again,
yep, straight to the nose. Here we go. He's got a lot of speed. Carves it back. Nice cutty. Gets another one. So Matu, like you're saying, just picking such good waves.
That was the same blueprint as his 7.5, and that first turn may have even been better than his 7.5's first turn. So if he can just finish this thing out, he may be closing out his brother on this wave.
Yeah, nice and smooth. Seems, in control the whole wave, so nice surfing. Nice on the eyes this morning, Matu. Good job.
I mean, the judges definitely want to see some critical rail surfing. And, I mean, that one turn may have been Matt's best turn in the heat. Here we go here with a replay again.
Yeah, Lefay just goes straight to business, gets to the nose, then was able to still get that bottom turn in and harness all this speed for that nice carve. Gets a second one, so
what I find fascinating, Dave, is the judges want to see you take risk, and I'm thinking like, well, how do you take risk? How do you hit a critical section when the waves are so soft? And you saw how much rail Matt put into that turn. There was the risk. Right. He held that rail all the way back to the whitewater, which is extremely risky and dangerous. And I believe potentially, I think it's going to be close to a 7.5. Again, I'm not a judge. Like you said, we play them in the booth here all the time here, but I really like that first turn. It was a beautiful nose ride, in control again the whole time. He had two excellent turns on the 7.5, and he had a better finish on the 7.5. So, we're kind of splitting hairs here in the booth, but excellent surfing from Matt. Here we go with Pierre dropping in, thinking about a nose ride, and look at nice nose ride. Now he's got his carve in, hits the whitewater. Going to set up the inside section. He's fading it a little deep. He has a little more wall than we've seen on some of these rights. Gets a nice floater. It's still a wall. This is one of the more complete waves of the heat as far as delivering power the whole time through.
Yeah, that was a great looking ride.
So
all right, we're going to send it down to Tatiana. She's interviewing the winner of the last heat, Taka Inoue. Take it away.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here in Las Palmas de Gran Canaria for day 5 of the APP World Tour Gran Canaria Pro Am. I am here with Taka, who is absolutely smashing it in the competition. He just received an 8-point ride and a 9.10. Taka, congratulations. Tell me, how did it feel in the water today? What are the conditions like?
Thank you. So today is a very small and a little bit twist. Then clear face. So then now is a very low tide. So hollow section and massive section is very confused. Very difficult. Then I get the 2 excellent score. I'm so happy.
And what did you do to receive that 9.10? What did you do on the wave exactly to receive such an excellent score?
My second wave, so I wipe out. I'm very small and very lightweight, so complete is very hard. Then I try to helicopter 360. Then I make it. So happy.
Now, I was just looking for you, and your sister told me that you went to borrow a board. How are you feeling about the board that you used in that previous heat?
Yeah, that board is very heavy, so very difficult to make a turn. Then little bit make a speed. Yeah, then I make a more speed to no riding or smooth carving.
Well, the board seems to be working quite well to be able to receive a 9.10 and an 8-point ride. So whatever you're doing is working for you. I want to congratulate you, and I look forward to seeing you in the upcoming events.
Thank you. So, この後、カイデット桜のセミファイナルあるので、そちらの方も応援お願いします。そして僕も次セミファイナル、そしてファイナルと今日あると思うので、引き続き APP の、ライブ配信チェックしてください。
Thank you very much. Back to you guys in the booth.
Taka Inui. Thank you, Tatiana. And I love what he just said. Tatiana was like, hey, how do you like your board? He's like, it's kind of heavy, kind of slow, but, I made it work.
Yeah, he delivered an excellent heat on a borrowed board that's kind of heavy and kind of slow. So we saw Matt get rewarded. Like I said, that one turn of his I felt was his best turn of the heat, and he got over an 8 for that one wave. So what we're seeing from the judges is he had 2 great turns that were on the open face, and he got a 7.5, and then he had that one powerful turn and got an 8.3.
Yeah, Pierre getting this one. Oh, he's going to try helicopter as well. Can he do it? Switch a stance. Great attempt, though. Pierre getting inspired. All right, Matu back into another one. He's just been a wave magnet. Here we go. He's going to do a roundhouse. Carves it back. Great turn. Surfing nice and loose and free. He's got those 2 excellent scores in his scorecard, so why not?
And again, he, just as we saw Taka telegraph that I'm going to do this helicopter seconds from now in advance, we saw Matt switch the paddle early. He knew in advance that his best maneuver was to deliver power. Well, here we go with the helicopter attempt.
Yeah, and he did a good job slipping the nose out. You can see him leaning back on that paddle, just unable to hang on, but just another nice carve from Matu, which we've been very familiar with this heat.
I mean, I think that carve comes from a shortboard background right there, shortboard sup background, where he plants the tail on the inside rail, pivots off of that, plants the tail on the beach side rail, and pivots off of that with power.
For sure. We got 30 seconds here, Steve, and the next heat is Sebastian Gomez and Leonardo Jimenez. You can see them waiting in the wing there. And I'm going to jump out of the booth here because I'm in the following heat, and Tristan Bachfer is going to join you here in just a second. But that was fun, so much fun. But I'll see you in a couple heats, brother.
Good luck, Dave. Now remember, pull on the leash.
Yeah, Burkhart.
Reset his watch. And that's all I got for you. Okay. Stay on the lefts. 2 turns on the lefts.
All right, you're my Chandler.
All right,
I'm going to be Burkhart.
Coach Steve. All right, here we go. Pierre, as the clock's counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The wave counts for Pierre. He's going down the line. He completes a floater here at the end. It's not going to be enough to overtake his brother. As I was talking about earlier, if you want to do that helicopter maneuver, you need to break the fins from their existing flow and put the paddle in the wave face. So if we do end up seeing a replay of Pierre's wave, he's actually taken this one all the way through. If we do see a replay of Pierre attempting that and Benoit doing the classic cockroach little victory lap into the semifinals now, and well deserved. He is surfing extremely well. So we're counting down to the next heat. But if we see, here's some replays of Matt's turns. So very strong opening turn, pivots off the paddle here into the power section of the wave, and then returns again using the power. Now here he's going to excellent nose ride. Then we're going to go. I believe this is the one where there's an extremely powerful turn off the top, banks it all the way back to the white water, gets one more turn in, and then takes this wave all the way through. This was one of his keepers of the event. Paddles hard to get through to the inside for a little nose ride to finish it off and completes it. So really nice heat from Matt. Really nice heat from Matt. Congratulations. So in this heat, we have 2 outstanding surfers here. Leo Jimenez. I mean, there are few longboard stand-up. That's Leo's maneuver right there, and that was borrowed from Leco Salazar from years ago. It's amazing that he can just go backside, put the nose of the board straight up into the lip like that, and bring it straight back down right on the beach. It's just a point of difference. And here we see it from the outside. We didn't see this before. Pumping into the wave, and then setting up this line, nose ride, hanging 10. Then a powerful carve off the open face, throwing some spray. Second powerful carve, lay back off the open face, and then setting it up for that inside section. And he does the legendary Jimenez / Salazar pop into the lip. Not that one. This one right here. And then he may even get another one in. This is going to be a solid score. Full hang 10, and then here's the let go. Boom, straight. That is so hard. Very few people in the world can do that maneuver where your backside board just goes straight up 12 o'clock. Here goes Sebastian dropping in over the rock, nose riding up. So yeah, when I was talking to Dave Bainey, he got a warm-up surf. My co-commentator, who's competing in the heat after this. So Dave stepped out of the booth for a moment. Dave was saying that the rock out there is actually pretty shallow, and we are at a lower tide. Said it can surprise you, and maybe it just surprised Sebastian there. Based on the scores we've seen, I think Leo's going to be laying down a very high score, potentially in the excellent range. I mean, the judges are asking for rail surfing. That was rail surfing to the max. The judges are asking for nose riding. We had multiple hang 10s on that wave. I mean, to me, this wave is easily going to go in the excellent range. Excellent range counts as anything above an 8 is an excellent score. And my uninformed opinion is that is above an 8 right there. And when you see 8s are hard to come by. Now we're getting down to the business end of this event here, the top surfers in the world. But so you've got to leave some room in the judging criteria. But he's checking his watch there casually. Now we get this hang 10 right there. And then boom. We can see out the back, Sebastian just get pushed out the back. But Leo had three strong turns. Leo had 3 strong turns on that wave. He had 2 hang 10s on that wave. I'm confident this is going to go in the excellent range. And I'm joined in the booth by the legend of Gran Canaria here, Bjorn Dunkerbeck. Bjorn, good morning to you.
Good morning, good morning.
And on our screen here, we have the twin brothers, the Carpentier brothers, Matt and Pierre. Pierre is smiling. If the surfer on the water who is having the most fun is the best surfer on the water, then Pierre in the white jersey is the best surfer on the water today. So Leo was rewarded with an 8.33. Bjorn, this was an incredible wave. If we get a break in the action, I'd love to see it again because we had nose riding. We had 3 absolutely ripping turns, and then we had 2 completely vertical backhand snaps from Leo. So the judges are just leaving room in the scale, in my opinion, when you see an 8.33 for a wave ridden that well.
Yeah, the good thing is, even though it's not that big, the wave is very long. When you get the set wave, you can actually ride it for quite a while.
And here, Bjorn, I'll let you call this wave if you can get into it.
Yes, it's a rock shelf out there. You want to be on the outside of that rock shelf to really get the peak of the wave.
It looks like he's in the deeper water here, no?
Yes, he's a bit too far on the right for my taste, but he will figure that one out. The first one he caught perfectly out of the very far back.
Did you see that one from the beach or no?
Exactly, I saw it outside. It's a bit later in here.
Oh, here's the replay. I'll let you call it.
Yeah, he's definitely loving it. Hanging 10 for the first time. Nice snap. Another snap there. Now it's kind of hanging in the white walls and waiting for the wave to rebuild, which very often happens to rebuilds either left or right. And he's definitely milking this wave to the very beach.
And then here comes the last move that I'm talking about. Leco Salazar really patented. He's going to turn, and then he's going to come back this way, hanging 10, and then you'll see right here, Leco Salazar's patented straight up and straight down.
I don't think you could do any more of that wave.
Right. That's an 8.33, but I mean it sets the standard for the judges.
It's really nice. We can actually catch it on the left on the outside, ride it left for quite a while, and then it will actually reform the rides. The higher the water is going to come in now with the high tide, the better that ride is going to form its up again, so it can be even longer than what we've seen so far today.
So I was talking to one of the officials from the Canary Islands, from the Gran Canaria, and he was disappointed in the wave size. He said, last week we had a competition, it was so much bigger, so much better. But these are completely contestable longboard conditions.
Yes, for longboard, I think we did a very good smart move, and looked at the weather forecast and did the pro shortboards first at Lloret. And obviously everybody would like to have a bit more size for the longboards as well, but at least they're nice and long and clean, you know?
Right.
We're sitting here on Gran Canaria, the water temperature is over 20 degrees. People out surfing in board shorts in December in Europe, and I think that's the only place in Europe we can do that.
Right, unbelievable. I mean, we've had a carbon copy, same day, every day, in Fahrenheit. It's the same temperature practically at night and in the daytime, too. It's just perfect. I think the place we're staying in doesn't have air conditioning, and it doesn't need it, because I don't need heat at night. I don't need air conditioning in the daytime. The weather, at least at this time of year, could not be better.
Yeah, it's very stable all year long.
So is there a windsurfing season here? Because this is the legendary spot for windsurfing, but where we are right now, it's not particularly windy.
In the south, we have east winds today. That's why it's offshore here. And it's free rideable. We have about 10 to 15 knots. The last couple of days was 25 to 30 knots, actually. So the direction is very important. You don't want any northerly direction up here in Las Palmas for the surfing, because that's onshore winds. But as soon as it goes a little bit east, then you have side offshore winds, and southeast is even better. Then you have directly offshore winds.
So Leo with a nice off the top there. He's trying to make the decision of where he's going to stick with it. It looks like he is.
No, the wave behind that looked a lot better, but that's always easy to see from here.
Right. Now, do you get many north winds, or are the trade winds kind of the prevailing? Oh, here's a replay on Sebastian Gomez. Again, this is his 5th time longboarding in his life. And
so he says, anyways.
We're Dave Bainey and I are giving him some advice. Like Sebastian, a nose ride is actually when your foot is on the nose. Oh, okay, Steve. Okay, Dave. He is genuinely new to longboarding, and oh, great. So we're going to take it down to Tatiana with an interview for the most fun brothers on this event here, the Carpentiers. Take it away, Tatiana.
Welcome back, everybody. I am here with Pierre and Mathieu Carpentier, who are the twin brothers who just came head-to-head in the quarterfinals heat. Today, Mathieu was victorious. Tell me, how was it in the water today? What are the conditions like?
Well, actually, the conditions are really good. It's a great call from the organization. It's quite low tide and it's peaky and bowly, so it's really fun. You can start hanging 5, hanging 10, and doing great carves, and hopefully you get the hand section to do a nose or a re-entry. So it's really fun.
And Pierre, how was it coming up against your twin brother?
So for me, it was the first time man on man against him, and I can't lie, I got destroyed. But it was really fun. Just the one pick for the two of us was really nice. And actually, the wave is better. I agree with him. It's better than yesterday because it's glassy, so it's okay. For us, it's good.
Now, I'm sure you guys have come head-to-head together outside of competition. How did you feel going into the heat? Were you just carefree, or did you have a little bit of brother rivalry?
For me, no pressure. No pressure. It was my strategy was to destroy him, but like I said, I got destroyed. And no pressure for me, yeah.
And what about for you?
Well, I felt the pressure because I'm doing way more stand-up paddle than him. If he beats me without doing so much stand-up paddle, I would have been pissed off a bit. But no, that's always fun to be competing with your brother. And yeah, we've been lucky that I think it's my first ever one-man E2 man-on-man. So would be a great memory to have been against Pierre, and it was most lovely fun. And what we were competing a lot in badminton, but 20 years ago, and the last time we may have been competing one against each other, maybe like 17 years ago, playing badminton. So it's quite fun.
It destroyed me.
Oh, that's it. Well,
because he refused to play. When we were younger, he was not playing anymore. When we were playing one each other, he was you play for the win, and I'm gonna play for the fun and stuff, teenage stuff.
So you're definitely the more competitive brother of the two, it seems.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
And you, what? You're carefree.
Yeah, like I don't compete, but they register me without telling me. So, but it was really fun. I'll do it again next year, hopefully.
Amazing. Well, you do still have the third brother, which is the youngest brother, competing, Benoit. So we've still got two brothers in the run. Let's see what happens. What do you think? What are you visioning? What will be the end result?
Well, let's see. We are running for Ben for sure, but Leo is ripping. I think the three best guys for sure are Taka, Ben, and Leo. So I think the title will be for one of them, and let's hope they have some great wave and can show their surfing and then make the best win. But for sure it's going to be a great show, and I'll try my best. But well, Taka is he's a crazy guy, but so talented. He's on the World Longboard Tour showing stuff. I think he may be the best nose rider, longboarder in the world. In speaking about nose riding, he has such an amazing technique, so it's going to be such a pleasure to be with him, and well, let's have some fun. For me, no pressure on this one.
Don't cut yourself too short. You are still in the running. So, and what about you? What are your thoughts? Who do you think's got it this year?
We talk really a lot, but it's going to be easier for me. Matt destroyed me, and I think he's going to go in the final and destroy Ben.
Wow.
Because he's a little brother. So.
Well, you heard it here first, huh? Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you.
Pierre has been the most entertaining person to hear about. He's having the most fun on the water out there for sure. And it's funny, Pierre making the prediction that his twin brother is going to beat their professional surfer Benoit in the final. So he's predicting an all Carpentier final, and he's predicting the non-professional Carpentier to beat the professional Carpentier, which is classic Pierre. And by the way, even though Pierre says he doesn't take himself very seriously, some of his frontside turns were as powerful as his brothers, if not more powerful in that heat. So he's clearly a capable world-class stand-up paddle surfer as well. And in the meantime, it's been a relatively quiet heat. Looks like Leo maybe paddling into a wave, setting this one up, even looking at a potential right here, getting a backside nose ride, which is a little bit tougher. And the rights you need to cut back from early, which he did. Leo knows this wave. And then trying to push his way through, maybe setting up a left. At the lower tide here, it's hard to get extra points out of the inside, but as the tide fills in, you can really add to your score on the inside. But Bjorn, I was asking you about the winds here because the Canaries are truly legendary. I mean, this is the windsurfing capital the windsurf jumping capital of the world, at least. And this is my first time here. I just assumed it was windy here every day, all of the time, because Pozo is so insane.
Well, the island is round, so depending on direction, we have wind on the east coast. Northeast is the normal trade winds, so up here there's relatively no wind. And Pozo area, the airport area, is between 15 and 30 knots most of the time.
Most of the time, yeah, unbelievable.
Yes, even though you have no wind here. And as soon as it goes east, the north coast goes glassy and offshore, which is the ideal surfing situation, obviously.
So is there a real wind season and a surf season, sort of like Maui, or can you kind of do both all year round then?
We have the weather system here is called the Astros High, and that is what's predominantly all year long. And depending on the high pressure, it's either a bit stronger or a bit weaker, but it's most of the time it's like that. And that's how America got discovered, actually, because Christopher Columbus started from Las Palmas to Gran Canaria and went to the Caribbean. He thought he arrived in India, but that was not the case. And that's why a trade was just took him over there, wanting or not wanting.
Right. And so I've seen some pictures of huge surf from the Canaries. And even Ibaya riding some very big waves unbelievably big waves on a stand-up paddleboard. Is that here on the north coast then?
Yes, we have many big wave spots around. El Paso takes about any size that you can get. And we had a few good sessions there last year and the year before, just after the competition. And I believe next week is going to be big enough to be able to ride the big wave spots as well. And your red actually holds up to like triple, quadruple overhead. So it's even La Sisa, the outside, there's a tree reef situation. the lefts on this one can go very far out as well. So it holds pretty much from 1 foot to 20 foot.
So when they call this area the Hawaii of the Atlantic, it's not just the coastline, it's actually the surf that you're thinking of too.
It's the surfing, it's the trade winds, it's 8 islands like Hawaii as well. It's all volcanic.
Sebastian on a nice line here. Let's see what he's going to choose to do with it here. Again, he's new to longboarding, but having a great time. There he is, nose riding here, pulling it back, paddling to trying to stay with it. A big smile on Sebastian's face. He's just out there to have some fun. Leo behind him, about to crack this lip. Classic Leo Jimenez maneuver. And, if the judges are scoring single maneuvers like that he could have just closed out the heat with that one. Going back to the surf conditions around here. There's also, we're saying that the Canaries are, this island itself is the legendary spot for wave jumping in windsurfing.
Well, we have good windsurfing, good surfing, good paddle surfing on all islands actually. Lanzarote,
Tenerife is also.
Tenerife, Gran Canaria, and Fuerteventura. Depending on wind direction, either all islands work or one works better than the other. We get north-west swell is the best one for most of the islands. And north swell is always very good as well.
And is that usually a wintertime swell? There?
That's a wintertime swell, absolutely, yes.
And then what I was about to get to is that people have no idea about this, and I don't know if I don't know if I'm allowed to mention this because of the locals, but if you think of Pipeline being the pinnacle of shortboard surfing for technical shortboard surfing or chopu or something, people may be surprised to learn that the Pipeline or chopu of bodyboarding is also right here in the Canary Islands.
Absolutely. We have the Fronton. It's a Fronton King Wave competition. It's one of the heaviest tube wave in the world for bodyboarding.
Now tell me about Fronton. Tell me about this spot.
It's a big ledge where the wave comes from very deep water. Very powerful tube. And actually a few surfers and a few paddle surfers like Saint Schweitzer and a few others that came a few years ago, they actually paddled it and got some big barrels there as well.
Now
it's very holly and very heavy.
This wave is a freak, really. It is, when you see, I highly recommend people type into YouTube Fronton, Fronton, bodyboard, because you will have not seen a wave like this. Even if we start with chopu in your mind and say it doesn't get any heavier than chopu, yes, it does. Fronton is a more evil-looking wave than chopu to me. So 10 seconds. We're looking at replay. These may be some of the best waves of the heat. We'll take a look. So Jimenez, this is that most recent one. I think that could have sealed it for him. Potentially a 5-point wave. That was a 5-point wave off the finish there. Sebastian off the top. Oh, you could see in his face he wanted to complete that maneuver. But Sebastian entered this competition at the end. He actually borrowed that board from Dave Bainey, who's in the next heat. He hadn't ridden it before until yesterday. So he's just out here having a good time.
It's a perfect combination. You have short boards on the bigger days, long board on the smaller days, and you combine that for the show of the event. It's very important to have a great show, even though the waves are a bit smaller. And on a longboard, it's very possible to make an excellent show when the waves are between 2 and 3 feet already, as we are seeing right now.
And one of the nice things is that we're basically at the same venue. Let me rephrase that. We are at two completely different waves. We're just on the opposite side of the jetty that you see on the left of your screen there. And the shortboard wave is on the left side of that jetty, and the longboard wave is on the right side of the jetty. So it's a easy mobile contest site where we can have that shallower, faster wave for the shortboard competition, and then this flatter, longer wave for the longboard competition. And here's Leo, and he's coming through to the inside. You would think that nothing would be possible here, but here we go, a little nose ride. Just showing the nose ride technique in minimal conditions. And he got a 5.0 on this wave. But the smaller the wave, the more technical the nose riding is, because over half of the board is sticking out of the back of the wave, and it's almost like you're standing on a diving board at a pool, and but trying not to flex the diving board. It becomes very technical. So Bjorn, I've got to ask, this wave at fronton is so heavy, is so evil, that you need to be such a competent is not even a strong enough word for it, but you need to be a world-class bodyboarder to be out there, or you're going to get hurt. And most likely, world-class bodyboarders are getting hurt out there. So I'm going to ask you, have you ever attempted fronton on any conditions?
No, it's not really a windsurfing wave at all.
It's definitely not a windsurfing wave.
No, but I've been out there watching the other guys plenty often.
Yeah.
And just in the bay here of Las Palmas and the north, we have between 50 and 20 waves, depending on the wave direction. So there's plenty of options.
Right. I mean, you couldn't surf that wave any better than Leo just surfed it. I mean, incredible frontside smack, full speed straight into the backside smack. And now a little nose riding in that, challenging. And so when it's challenging like that, exactly, you saw the nose actually poke underwater, and he was able to pull it back out from underwater. So, Leo has to be considered one of the favorites in this longboard event. But I was just wondering if you had paddled out on a bodyboard, if you were crazy enough to even consider. I mean, it is the pipeline of bodyboarding. It is the Chopu of bodyboarding. So here is that connection, and then without any delay, right into the float behind him. It's almost a shortboard combination of maneuvers, and it's kind of an interesting. If the final ends up being Taka versus Leo Jimenez, it's going to come down to what the judges' criteria are looking for.
I think it's going to come down to who's going to get the longer waves, because they both have all the technique in the world to win this competition, and it would be a very nice matchup for sure.
Now, Bjorn, as a 42-time world champion, you would have situations, I'm sure, in a windsurfing competition, let's say at Hokipa, where you've got jumping and wave riding. Like, now, would you go into the judges and say, look, I mean, you're here to win this competition. Would you say to them in advance, there are two criteria, in this case it's nose riding and rail surfing. Judges, what do you want to see from me to win this event?
Well, they pretty much say that at skippers meeting in the morning, what they're expecting, and these guys are all professionals, so they know exactly what the judges are looking for. But today I think it's going to come down to whoever is going to choose the better, longer waves and perform. They're going to perform incredible, both of them. First they're going to make it to the final, obviously, but it looks like it could be these two, Hachia and the action will be on then.
Yep.
One goofy footer against one regular footer.
Well, we also have Benoit Carpentier in the next quarterfinal, and Benoit has been a perfect match of both the longboard and the shortboard style surfing. So he's been both nose riding and rail surfing. Here we go with Leo. I mean, look at that. I mean, it's unbelievable. That is surfing that you can't do on a traditional longboard. The paddle is required for that level of laid out rail surfing. And I mean, this could be one of his best waves of the heat. I mean, just super longboard surfing. So we have Leo with exceptional performance longboarding. Look at this, full speed, hang 10. That's what we're looking for. That's what the judges are looking for. Closing it out right on the sand, stepping off, no big deal, just like he does it all the time. Of course you're right. These two have to be considered to be favorites. Sebastian coming in, had good fun in his first longboard event.
First ever longboard event ever, yeah?
First ever longboard event ever.
I'm sure it's not going to be the last.
Yep. And he has to swap out boards because there's only one board. So Dave Bainey, my co-commentator here, is going to hop on Sebastian's board and get out there for the next heat. So we're seeing some of Leo's best waves here. I think this was the best wave. This is the first one. You saw it from the beach, hang 10, powerful maneuver. Could it get any more powerful than that one? Yes, right here. The second one does, laid out. He might get a third one off, more nose riding, and then there are two more powerful maneuvers. I mean, just classic. Let's see what the judges had awarded him. An 8.33 for that first wave. So That was his best wave of the heat, the first one. And then his last wave, as we saw, was also his second best wave of the heat for a heat total of a 16, essentially, which is an excellent heat score, literally. And there's that closing Lecco Salazar maneuver. So, so Bjorn, where were you born?
In Denmark.
Denmark. And but how long have you been here? I mean, you are the legend of the Canaries. So how long have you been here in the Canary Islands?
My parents fell in love with windsurfing in '77, and they moved to Gran Canaria in '78. And ever since then, we had a windsurf center in various different spots in the south part of the island, and it's still running. So it's been running for 44 years.
So you are truly this is home. I mean, this is home.
Absolutely. The everlasting spring summer islands.
So coming up at our next heat here, we have Benoit Carpentier. Benoit competes on the WSL Longboard Tour. I mean, this is as stylish as a surfer as you will see. And then we have 47, 48-year-old Dave Bainey, who heads up Infinity Surf. Infinity is a top brand in racing and stand-up, top brand in performance stand-up paddling. And these are all Dave's shapes. And, you know, it's nice when you put your own shapes on the line in competition and you win events. And I think, Bjorn, you've done a bit of that, too. Didn't you have – you were on F1 for a long time in your windsurf career. Then wasn't there a period where you had your own brand?
Proof boards here at Gran Canaria, yes.
But it's got to be challenging. Oh, Dave with a nice start. Float, open face, classic drop knee turn, longboard style. He may have a little extra section in front of him to get a third turn off, back to the pocket, maybe even a fourth one. A great start for Bainey. And now here's a section where you do a little work. It's looking fat on that corner. I'm not sure if he can make it through. Looks like he's going to make it through. He's got an open face. A great start for Dave Bainey. Let's see if we can get a strong finish. And he finishes it out, rides out of it. You know, I've got to admit, I love Benoit Carpentier, but I am rooting for my booth compatriot here, Dave Bainey.
He's been studying the waves here on the screen with you the whole morning. You know, he's knows exactly where to take off.
I don't know if you heard, but I was trying to give him all kinds of strategy. We were going to change Benoit's watch, so he missed his heat time. Told him to pull on Benoit's leash. You know, we're coming up with every possible way to.
I think wave selection would be the smarter way. Just make sure
wave selection would be the smarter way.
Exactly.
Well, you know, on that first wave, Dave's wave selection was excellent. I mean, I don't know if we've seen a 4-turn left yet this morning.
As far as I'm concerned, he's probably leading this heat right now after one wave each.
So Benoit, with his talent, may be able to deliver great scores on smaller waves. So Dave already has a great score on the board, or at least a potential backup score on the board. So my advice to Dave, even though he can't hear us from the beach, is I would sit outside and wait on a set wave. Dave has 23 minutes remaining to deliver a second score. So here's Benoit's first score. You can see his beautiful surfing style, super clean. Easy nose riding right through the critical section of the wave. And I mean, it's just tough to top Benoit's longboard style.
He's got a really nice board and really nice technique as well. Very lively.
And makes it look so easy. And again, some of the fun, the Carpentier fun.
Got to keep the fun in it.
Yep, you see him step over the leash. His leash is all wrapped up. I mean, that's going to be a great score as well. So both guys have a scoring wave on the board. I mean, Dave realizes he's coming in as the underdog. But here's a second wave, live action from Dave. Another nice-looking wave choice.
Oops.
Tries to do a little cross step there, a little cross-legged turn. And but with a 5.33, I think that, again, my 2 cents would be for Dave to go out and look for a set wave.
He needs a set wave only to improve that score.
So here's the first work. He had a nice turn off of that. And there's a wall in front of him. So just kind of floats over that section and, just tried to get a little creative as the thing was fizzling out there. But Dave gets a 2.83, so he's on the board already. This is an active heat. Benoit with a nice-looking line straight up into the lip, what the judges are looking for, taking risk into the lip. And Benoit looking both left and right, seeing the opportunity, already way over the nose, recovers cleanly, wraps it back around. I mean, we watch all of these guys, Leonardo, Taka, Benoit, and it's like whoever is surfing among them, you say, is the best among them at that moment, because they all bring something different. Benoit just has such perfect form with all of these, a great combination of tradition and progression. And he really read this wave well, kept the flow all the way through the wave, and this is probably going to be the best scoring wave of the heat. And we've still got 20 minutes remaining in this heat.
Yeah, no complaints about that. I mean, he rode that wave for how many? Almost a minute.
Right. So we have an interview ready with our previous our previous heat winner, with Tatiana.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm here with Leo Jimenez, who absolutely dominated his last heat. Now, I noticed that you opted for more power surfing and radical turns rather than nose riding. Can you tell me a little bit about your strategy?
Yeah, the strategy is to use the rail as much as I can, but if the wave gives the opportunity to do like a beautiful hang 10, and I made it, and the 833 was like that. I opened the wave with a beautiful hang 10, and then was like good turns with so much progressive. And yeah, I made what the wave gives to me, and yeah, I bring my performance surf from the subsurf performance, and I'm really happy to be here. Last year I was third in the subsurf performance, and the longboard too, I made the podium like the fourth. And my strategy and my objective is to win this event, of course, but heat by heat, wave by wave, and yeah, let's go.
Yeah, well, it was amazing surfing, and yeah, it definitely did scream like surf. Heaps of spray, super powerful, so congratulations on that. But I want to ask you, out of the two disciplines, what is your favorite and why?
Yeah, it's a difficult answer because I surf with longboard too in Brazil, and I do longboard without the paddle, and subsurf too. And the sub longboard I'm starting to practice more now, but my favorite is sub performance, subsurf. But yeah, I passionate with the longboard too. And the sub longboard I can bring those two, so I can mix this all passion. And yeah, this board specifically was made for sub longboard by Neco Carbone, new advanced board, and this give me so much progressive and traditional longboard too.
Amazing. Well, it looked excellent out there, so congratulations. Look forward to seeing you in upcoming events.
Thank you.
Back to you guys in the studio.
Absolutely ripping there, and what's kind of fascinating about it is that that new advanced board is the same brand that Leco Salazar had that same maneuver on, so they've got the formula down for longboard surfing. Here's Benoit with a beautiful lip hit, and now he's just such a patient longboarder. Maybe Dave Bainey had priority. He did. Dave with a nice floater, and the judges are looking for that risk-taking, that critical risk-taking. He makes it through to the open shoulder, but he's going to work his way through to the inside for a finish. It's been tough to get past a 5 from the judges. Some nice style from the style master, Dave. It's been tough to get past a score of a 5 on a one-maneuver wave like that. So Dave May just improved just very slightly on his scoreline. He has a nice little line on the inside. Tide's coming in, so we're getting a little bit of opportunity. And Dave has 2 scoring waves on the board. That may extend his lead here, and at least at the moment. But Bjorn, I wanted to ask you, I saw the Water Speed as one of the sponsors. I wanted to tell you about my experience, if it's the same Water Speed app, and you can tell me. So I'm also a foiler, and we have a spot where we have very flat water at home in Florida, and I believed I had these very fast foils, a Mike's Lab foil, and then I had an Axis race foil, Armstrong. I wanted to see which of my foils was the fastest, and the Water Speed app on my watch. Here we see a replay of this. Benoit hits the lip, and then he turns back around. He sees Dave Baney's on the wave, and he doesn't want to get a priority interference, so he just kicks himself out of the wave. Dave fades on the wave, bottom turns. That has a high-risk floater here with full speed, which was great, and then it just didn't allow him to have the section. Just got caught behind the section. There's a beautiful wave in front of him. If he could have gotten off one more turn, it could have been his best wave of the heat based on that one maneuver, if he could have gotten another maneuver in. But now I think it may just very slightly extend his score line. But so anyway, I'm asking you about the Water Speed app.
The Water Speed app is like the easiest app to download for any iPhone at the moment. The goal is to have it up and working for Android as well for the beginning of the year.
Well, let me tell you how I used it, and then you can tell me if I'm doing something wrong or if there's a better way to use it. So I could park my car right on the beach. I could have my foil set up. The wind's the same. All conditions are the same. And the way I used it was I did a number of runs on one foil, just over the course of 5 minutes. And the Water Speed app is giving me, I believe it was increments of top 1 second speed, top 2 second speed, top 50 meter speed, top 500 meter speed or whatnot. And then I go into the beach, I change foils and have those same numbers, and then I go in, change foils again, and have those same numbers. And let's say that foil number 1, it felt the fastest because it was twitchy and had a lot of feeling to it. Dave paddling for an insider here. Getting a nice nose ride in, a lot of tip time. The thing walls up in front of him. He's got an open face. This was the strategy we were talking about. Get a turn in off of that open face here, and then set up through the inside. And look for a scoring opportunity on the inside just to push your limit. Let's see if he gets a little exclamation point on the inside. He's working through. It's got some nice shape to it. Dave just tosses it up there for a little finish. So Dave is in the lead in this heat, but Benoit is sitting on a one-wave score essentially.
1.5 wave score, no?
So the interesting thing that I discovered on the Water Speed app, and I'll finish up on this quickly, is that the first foil, I'm not going to say any brands here, but the first foil felt very twitchy, and I had to be very active with the wing and very active with my footwork. It had a small stabilizer, and I was certain that this was going to be the fastest foil just because of the amount of energy that I had to put into it and the intensity of riding with it. And then the second foil felt far smoother and easier, like I didn't have much work to do at all. And I come in and I find that the second foil, it turned out on the Water Speed app, showed me that my second foil was actually faster than my first foil. So the feeling of anxiousness and nervousness and activity does not necessarily translate to speed on the water, and I would not have known that if I would have not had the specific details of the Water Speed app. So that's my experience with the Water Speed app, and if you can tell me a little bit about what you know about the app and if I'm using it wrong or if there's...
You're using it right. You're using it in your phone. You can use it in the Apple Watch. You can
Apple
use it in the
Watch
Garmin Watch as well, yes. And that's the way to do it. Go out there with one set of foil or equipment and then have a small break, and then you know exactly what time you have the second and then the third session, and you can compare it. And that's the perfect thing, have the 1 second, the 2 second top speed. You have the 100 meter, 250 meter, and the 500 meter, and the nautical mile as well, actually in the app directly, so you don't need to work much to find it. And it's very easy to compare it. You have the whole time that you've been on the water, obviously, but also the exact routes that you've been riding on the water. So it's fun and motivating. And what I think is that the best step to improve is to get you.
So this is a replay of Ben's earlier wave, which super technical nose riding, held that to the last second possible. And then you can see him just laying it down completely, banking off of the paddle. but makes it look so easy right back through the white water, leaning on the paddle. Look at that. I mean, that bottom turn is practically a top turn in difficulty. And then again, Ben making it look so easy. And then he does the work through the inside and finishes it off nicely. So here we have live action. I think Ben's trying to decide whether he should kick out the back or stick with this one. So he's sticking with this one. And we're now seeing Ben as a 7-7 on the board as well, making the requirement very difficult for Dave Bainey, because Dave's really going to need 2 waves from here to be competitive in this heat. When Benoit has a score of a 15 and Dave's top wave is a 5, Dave would have to get a 10 really in order to advance. So Dave's in a situation where he's going to need 2 scores. So here's Benoit with that beautiful nose riding technique. So confident in the nose that when it goes underwater, he still knows he's going to come out of it.
That's such a nice left, though. Just open the whole way, right?
Yeah, good wave choice, right? And you kind of want to have that closeout section coming at you a bit, just to give you a little extra length of ride, if you're capable of working with it. And obviously Benoit is. So, again, Bjorn, as we watch each of these heats, everybody that's in front of us, whether it's Taco or Leo Jimenez or Benoit, whoever's in front of us, that guy seems to be the best guy, right? So
Benoit is definitely very good on these waves right here. So whoever's going to have him in the next heat is going to have to fight for it.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. They're all so good at the top level that it really is coming down to who's going to find the better waves that are able to give it the chance to show what you really can do on the board.
Right. Now I'm going to peek ahead and see if we're going to have a Carpentier. Oh,
5 points, 5-7.
So it's not impossible to have a Carpentier final when you look at the semifinals, because Matt Carpentier is in the top side of the draw, and if Ben wins this heat, he would be in the bottom side of the draw. So it's not impossible that we could have a brother versus brother final.
Amazing. That would have been amazing.
That'd be fun, right?
But still, one of them has to beat Leonardo first.
One of them has to beat Taka first.
Exactly.
So, I mean, there's obviously no guarantees, but I don't know. I think that's a fun concept to have. So Bjorn, back in the windsurfing days, it's got to be fun. It's like at the beginning of stand-up, anything was possible, and the level was so high, and people were getting better every week, and you were kind of at the peak at that moment in windsurfing where the level was so high, but equipment was getting better. People were striving so hard to gain equipment, advantages everywhere. But I want to ask you, who were your main nemesises? Who were the guys that you said, man, in a race, if I see Anders Bringdahl in a slalom race, I know I'm going to have to bring it. If I see Francisco Goya at Hokipa, I'm going to have to bring it, Dave with a nice long line, a beautiful, very classy style master Dave Bainey turn. And look at this line lining up for him again. 2 turns. Excellent turns from Dave. And then it's going to fatten out a bit, but you can see that stripe of white water. That stripe of white water lets you know where to go to set up your inside maneuver. And Dave is setting up the inside. This could be Dave's best wave of the heat and could potentially bring him back into this heat. Very nice slice off the top, and he's going to get the completion. So I think that's easily going to be Dave's best wave of the heat. And if that brings Dave into the 7 range, that brings him within distance. Within striking distance of Benoit, and there's still time on the clock. So Benoit the clear favorite, but it does come down, as you said, to wave selection. But let me get back to my question. So in racing, there had to be guys that you would come up with, and I don't know if it's Anders Bringdahl. I'm just making up names here, but were there guys where you said, okay, it's on. This is on now. I'm going to bring my A game. When we hit that jibe mark, I am going to own that jibe mark. And I know I'm bringing you back, 20 years, 30 years, but who was it in the race side and who was it in the wave side where you said it's on?
There's been so many. I mean, Robbie Nash in all disciplines, definitely in the beginning. Of course, Anders Springer in the racing discipline. Devin Sayer as well from the East Coast in the racing disciplines. And then we had, of course, Antoine Albon in the last 20 years.
On the race side.
On the race side, of course, Francisco, he actually managed to win one world title in 2000. So there's been so many. I mean, my career was 30 years long.
Yeah.
On the World Cup circuit, and then decided, okay, after this, I'm only going to do surf trips and speed sailing.
Right. But I mean, is there a feeling? Oh wow, some nose riding from Benoit, arms above his head, making a statement here. It just looks so easy. I wonder if because it looks so easy that he's underscored. Judges actually say, look, we know what he's doing is technically hard.
Well, what we're seeing as well is that with the incoming tide, the waves are getting better,
right.
And that's going to make the surface perform better as well. The better the wave gets, the more performance we're going to see, which is actually very nice to witness this, that the conditions are improving.
And, we did say that we thought that might be Dave Bainey's best wave, and if he gets in the 7 range, he's back in this heat. And Dave did get a 6.73 on that last heat. It was a very nice line, long line in front of him. 2 great turns from Dave. I think it was just under the excellent range because the turns may have been in the flatter sections of the wave, so there was a little less degree of difficulty. Because from the beach, from a casual viewer, I mean, it could hardly be surfed better, but it was on the open face. So we see the girls coming out.
Getting ready, yeah. Okay, I'll see you later.
Sister versus sister. So, Bjorn, as always, great to have you in the booth. Thank you again, and we'll see you later, Bjorn. Thank you so much.
Loss of red, 5.05. So now white, you are on second, and you need 8.53.
Bjorn Dunkerbeck, the legend of the Canary Islands. Truly the legend of the Canary Islands. The 42-time world windsurfing champion. How is it possible to be a 42-time windsurfing champion? Well, just like we're seeing in stand-up, there are multiple divisions. There's sprint racing. There's long-distance racing. There's shortboard stand-up surfing. There's longboard stand-up surfing. So Bjorn managed to be the best in all of those categories. And as he told us in the interview, he's truly from Gran Canaria. I mean, he grew up here. His parents moved here when they were young. So he was born in Denmark. But he became a world-class waterman right here in these waters. And as we talked about it, there are world-class conditions on this island for all kinds of water disciplines. But coming up in our next heat, we have the women's semifinal. We were talking about the potential for a brother versus brother final in the longboard men's. We were having a sister versus sister semifinal on the women's side with Kaede Enoye and Sakura Enoye. So we see them paddling out, and Dave just opting against that wave. I know Dave's going to come in and say, oh, I'm disappointed, I could have done this or I could have done that. He was talking like that after his heat yesterday, but I think Dave's surfing great. I mean, I'd love to see that 6-7 again if we could get a replay. And look, is this right on cue, or is this the wave that he blew it on here? So he sets this one up deep, which is what you want to do. Gets the nose right in, 5 on the nose, long nose right here, and then look at this wall line up. He comes in. Oh, he does go out of it. So this was the one that he just rode. So it had the potential to be another wave in the 7 range and really push Benoit to force him to have an even better wave. Looking at the clock right now, we're just at about 2.5 minutes or so left to go. Here's Dave. Here's the 6.7 ride. And this was the one I said, Dave's best wave of the heat, super stylish turn. It was just a little further out in the open face. Another ripping turn, but again, just a bit on the open face. So if you were wondering why it's only a 6.7 or whatnot with such stylish surfing, I think that's what the judges were looking for. And this is one that kept its speed all the way through the inside and let Dave get a finish off of it. And it was the Style Master Dave Bainey's best wave of the heat. Really great surfing from Dave. Fun to see the infinity board under his feet looking good. Dave being the main tester for the infinities. And
8.07. White, you need 8.54. 8.54.
so Dave's going to need an 8.5 to take advantage. It's not impossible, but Dave's going to have to go out and wait on a set wave and kind of all or none. He's just going to have to wait. He has a minute and about a minute and a half. The time that you see on the screen is not exactly right. It's about a minute and a half difference. Looks like Dave decided this wasn't going to be the one that was going to be the 8 something to win the heat from, so he pulls out of it. But we see Benoit out back, eyeballing this one, trying to decide which way to go. He chooses front side, nose rides, little nose ride head dip, and he's heading back out. So we are still right at about a minute to go in this heat. And again, it's all or none for Dave Baney. Dave Baney has priority. He's going to need a set wave. He's going to need something special. And we're seeing them. Dave has picked off these correct waves. These long lefts that have scoring potential. And we are running down. Time is running out on Dave. About 45 seconds to go. So it looks like he's pushing it inside. And 38 seconds, the beach announcer just announces. I'm not sure if Dave's coming in. I mean, because he's going to need an outside set wave to take this home. And our next,
20 seconds to go.
yeah, it looks like the ocean's not going to cooperate for that last wave for Dave. So certainly a good effort from Dave. Benoit had to be the favorite as a professional longboard surfer. But outstanding effort from Dave.
3, 2, 1.
He finishes number 5 in the world in longboarding. Benoit with a smile.
Heat is over.
The heat is over, and our next heat is girls semifinal number 1, the ladies semifinal with the sisters, Kaede, 19 years old. We're looking at a replay, though, of some of the best waves of the last heat. Benoit, really excellent wave reading here. We'll see him nose ride right through the critical section. The judges love to see that. And then he gets to the corner, wraps it back around smoothly into the high section of the wave, sweeps it back around again, and then does the work to get to the inside here and finish this one off. Just a little fun. He gets his ankles all tangled up in his leash here. Steps over it, steps over that, still tangled up in the leash. No extra points for getting tangled in the leash, but doesn't seem to affect Benoit's surfing. Yeah, here's another one. And again, just watch the way he reads these waves. Straight into the power zone. That's what the judges want to see. An extended turn right there. And then Benoit looking both ways to see where the opportunity lies. It lies in the left. Very nice recovery from that 5 nose ride. One of the best turns of the heat. Bottom turn like you've never seen. I mean, it's just hard to beat this. And Benoit again delivering right at that excellent range in this heat. All these guys have been delivering scores close to 16. I say all these guys, these favored guys of Taka, Benoit, Leo, Jimenez. We're getting down to it. The semifinals are going to be super exciting for the men. And here we go with the ladies semifinals. Both of these girls, Kaede and Sakura, surf longboards very well without the paddle. And here they go with the paddle. I don't know how the girls choose on the beach, because it seems like there are 2 longboards and 2 shortboards for 3 Inoue family members here. So it looks like the smaller sister, Sakura, somehow drew the short straw and got the heavier board. As Taka was saying, the blue board's heavy. So, but Sakura has been a star. Sakura made the finals of the women's event. Here she goes. She's now in the semifinals of the longboard. So Kaede was no slouch, though. Kaede made the semifinals of the women's event. So, and again, both of them are experienced longboard surfers. So you're going to see some excellent footwork from both of them. Last heat was pretty busy. This heat has already started out pretty slowly. We're a few minutes in and no waves have been ridden yet. That sure is an honor to have Bjorn pop in the booth. Now we're starting to see some waves here. Sakura showing a little bit of interest, and there we go. Look at that, 10, hanging 10, back to 5, carves back to the critical section. She's been reading this extremely well. Beautiful footwork. Look at that cross-stepping throughout, and then just setting it up, looking for this. She has a bit of a double up on the inside, makes it a little more challenging to deal with. She chooses to nose right through that double up and step off in the shallow water. So great start for Sakura. Off the right, look at the size of the fin. Pretty large fin. Same large fin that her brother was riding. It helps out on the nose riding, but they don't seem to have any trouble. It should make it theoretically harder to make the turn, but if you get far enough back on the tail, you can sort of pivot off of that as opposed to bank off of it. Here's Kaede, the older sister, already hanging 10, clean hang 10 for Kaede. And then the wave's kind of fizzling out, so she probably does the right thing, backs right back out and heads back out. You can see she's knee-deep on this one, so I think they're riding traditional longboards. These are not SUP-specific longboards. These are actually traditional longboard surfboards that the sisters are riding here. And it's been a slow heat. Welcome back, Dave. Oh, so it's Tristan. Sorry. Welcome, Tristan. Man, I've had a revolving door of partners over here. Bjorn sat in. It was a great representative for the Canaries here, and makes it a place that you want to come to do any water sport. You've got El Fronton if you're a world-class bodyboarder. You've got Pozo if you're a world-class windsurfer, and then it seems you've got the whole island if you want to surf. It all depends on what kind of surfing you want. Just go somewhere and it's going to be side offshore and fun, it looks like. The locals have been complaining that the conditions are small. Me from Florida, this looks like epic longboard days. You know, we've got this kind of strip right down the middle that's just perfect for longboarding. And Kaede kicks off with a beautiful toes on the nose start, and then she just hits that strip of white water that's going to take her right through to the inside, just letting it sit up, trying to decide, looking left, looking right. There's that strip that I'm talking about. It's like 20 meters wide, and you just decide, am I going to finish up with this wave going front side or back side? And this one doesn't give her the opportunity for much, so I think Sakura's first wave, the younger sister, you know, she's just been in sync with the ocean for this whole event. And I think Sakura is going to start out this heat in the lead. Again, I'm not a judge here. I'm just what do they say? The backseat driving. Here we go. Sakura again. The way look at the ocean, just cooperating. Up, she kicks out. Wants to keep her priority. Interesting that the girls are choosing to go right because the men have primarily been taking off left initially. This may be a replay of her first wave. Look how early, at her light weight, look how early she's able to get to the nose. And just beautiful classic cross-stepping. That foot is fully over the nose, right in the pocket of the wave. Look at that, just slotted perfectly. And then as she moves to the bottom half of the wave, beautiful cross-stepping backwards. And then she finishes it off, navigates this double-up section nicely. You can see it doubling up, and she just completes it right on the sand. And then here's her sister, backside nose riding, which is definitely more challenging. But, you know, with the paddle, it can be a bit easier. You can use the paddle to sort of balance on holding the paddle either behind you in the wave face or across your body, just as kind of a third leg of a stool. But Tristan joining me back in the booth here, the boss man. Tristan, what are we seeing on the beach here? What am I missing out on?
You know, you're not missing out much. I think you're getting the best of the action here, checking out this great longboarding showcase on the water. Like you said, some really pristine longboarding conditions today. It's small, but really clean. And honestly, I'm pretty relieved, quite honestly, because the forecast wasn't great. I was concerned what we were going to see when we came here today, but super relieved to see some beautiful conditions. As we see Kaede hanging 10 there, beautiful hang 10. And that wave kind of peters out. But these two girls, just with such strong foundations in traditional longboarding, transferring it to this ever-evolving stand-up longboarding division, and really becoming leaders, certainly in the female division here. And obviously, brother Taka just secured his first world title in the performance subsurfing, and he's going to be looking to try to do 2 for 1.
Well, if you believe any surf voodoo of any sort, I mean, Sakura has really had the mojo in her. You know, you go out sometimes for a session and, like, you paddle to where you think the waves are, and you wait 20 minutes and nothing comes your way, and then you paddle 50 yards up the beach, and then you look back to where you were, and the waves are all hitting there, and where you are, nothing's coming your way. I kind of feel like wherever Sakura's been in this event, no matter what competition, juniors, women's, longboard, no matter where Sakura is, that's where the waves are. So it's kind of gone her way. And here we are again, Sakura looking at that. She's got a long wall in front of her on her right where we haven't seen that many long-walled rights. And she does a little nose ride, kicks it back through that little runway, that 20-meter wide runway to decide which way you're going to finish this thing off. And as the tide fills in, you do get the opportunity to have an exclamation point on your finish. So she got a little nose ride in, a little turn, and this may not be a keeper unless she gets some sort of finish, but she's been navigating this little double up on the inside, riding right through it. And people have been struggling on that, you know, because it's so small and it doubles up. But she manages to do it, so
yes, she's super impressive, Sakura, for such a young girl and a small frame. She's able to do critical turns, obviously extremely graceful running up and down the board, but just incredible wave knowledge and wave lecture for someone her age. So
now I've been saying all this about Sakura, but Kaede actually has a higher score in the heat here of a 7. So it may have been on this left where it was a high-risk backside nose ride through the critical section, and even though it was a shorter wave, it was high risk. So we'll see. You know.
Yeah, both of them look as comfortable riding right on the nose as they do on a regular stance. So super impressive longboard surfing there from the two of them. As we see Julieta Rodriguez getting ready to get in the water for her semifinal heat. She's been a real standout of this event, putting on a great performance in the performance surfing division, and now in the longboard surfing.
You see her dad Tony walking next to her. He's kind of been it's like Gabriel Medina and his stepdad, you know, in the old days. Like Tony's always right there, right? I don't know much about him, but I talked to Tony this morning, and I said they said they're from the Cadiz area of Spain, which I don't know much about, but he said there's good longboard waves there, and I asked, here we are, here's a replay.
So a little hang 5 there from Sakura.
And then this is the inside, and like I said, it's been doubling up, and a lot of the competitors, even the men, have been struggling to make the most of this double up because it's just so small that it's actually challenging, but she manages, look at this, hanging 5, and you'll see it right when it hits the sand. It kind of is a little surprising double up right there in front of her, and she backpedals out of it and does not poke the nose like everyone else has done. So nice work from Sakura.
Yeah, you can see her transferring her weight right onto her back leg, keeping it really bent and low. And there's Kaede dropping into another wave. She's going on a racing left there. Kind of missed the opening scoring potential of that, but it should give a little reform as it gets close to the beach. She decides to kick out.
So we've got a heat on. We've got scores for sure.
Yeah, these sisters must be interesting around the dinner table. First of all, to have 3 champions in an event. I mean, in the performance subsurfing, it was first, second, and third. They're sitting here in the semifinals together. Unfortunately, one of them will go down. Taka's looking pretty strong coming into the semifinals.
You're talking about the dinner table. You wonder how they draw straws for who gets which board in this heat too, right?
Exactly. Who gets priority? Are they friendly or are they foe? You know, I mean, I think.
Yep. So we were talking about Julieta, and I did talk to her dad Tony. You know, they said they're from Cadiz, Spain, and she has such great longboard style, and then such great sub style with that, particularly with I think a beautiful backside bottom turn. So I asked her dad Tony. She's a 15-year-old kid, right? What does she enjoy the most? I thought she might say longboarding. Because of her great style. But it turns out, I mean, she's a 15-year-old kid. He says that her favorite is actually shortboarding. And then he showed me some waves of her And I couldn't believe this. You might know this better than me because you're living in Portugal these days, but I know Tarifa as a windsurfing area. You know, it's like right there, straight to Gibraltar. And he showed me some amazing lefts of his daughter getting barreled in some proper barrels at Tarifa.
Yep, it's Caños da Meca, and there's actually quite a few waves around that area. Another kind of big stand-up paddle family, the Pérez Heras. Enrique just won the under-21 division. They're all from Cadiz.
Oh, really? Okay. I didn't know. So Tarifa can deliver some proper lefts.
You know, it's more sheltered than Portugal, but when it comes in, you know, it can be really beautiful, and some of the banks are really nice. You know, a little bit like Florida. It has its day, I think.
Right, yeah. Right. So basically, the Julieta, in addition to being capable in longboard and, you know, longboard stand-up, she's also capable in real waves based on these pictures that her dad, Tony, was showing me this morning. So, but here we go with Kaede trying to,
Really cool to see the drone shot, actually, of the board going out the back of the wave when she's hanging 5. That's a really cool angle. As we see Sakura, everything seems very simple for her in this event. She's definitely on form. You got to think that Kaede, the older sister, might be a bit miffed by being beaten by her younger sister.
But we look at the total score, and Kaede is actually in the lead, so maybe a degree of difficulty has been the deciding factor here.
Well, and I think there's a bit of hunger there because she got beaten by her sister in the performance subsurfing division, so she's not going to let it happen twice. So,
and as I've said, she seems to handle this inside double up so easily. This is the one time she doesn't, right when I point it out. But
again, that drone angle just really highlighting how long the board is, where she is on the board, and yeah, it's a cool angle, that.
So Tristan, you've been with the sport since the beginning, and
looks like we got an interview down with Tatiana on the beach with the winner of that last heat.
Welcome back, everybody. I am here with Benoit Carpentier, who just came out of the water. He had a head-to-head match with Dave Boeing, and it was quite a close call. Tell me, what was going through your head when you were in the water?
Yeah, I was really happy to share this heat with the legend Dave. The waves are way cleaner than yesterday. I was just out there to enjoy, you know, as a bit of a warm-up for the next heat, as I'm going to be facing Leo Jimenez, which is one of the best guys out there for sure. Since he brought his personal long SUP, the last few years he's been riding just a boardy burrow from the store, but this year he put some time into a board with his shaper, so he's looking sharp, and it's going to be a good battle. So yeah, I was just taking that heat as a warm-up, but for sure I was always looking at Dave because he's the legend, he's the style master. And yeah, he's such a good surfer, and he almost got me at the end, you know. So that was a sick hit. Really.
Yeah, well, yeah, the warm up was a good one. Yeah. Now, tell me, you are a bit of a waterman yourself. I know you surf plenty of different disciplines. If you had to choose a favourite, what would it be? I think I know, but what would it be?
It's really depend on the condition. I'm really lucky enough to have starboard by my side since 11 years, I think, and they always been fixing me up with some gears. I'm always have the opportunity to test different gear, different disciplines, and so right now my garage is kind of full. but yeah, I guess it's always good to switch in depending on the condition. But right now I would pick foiling as my main thing. This is really something that excites me, especially on the winging side. We have a lot of wind back in Brittany, not the best waves, so I think this is the thing that excites me the most right now, and I want to push, but still stand-up paddling when the waves are good. It's pumping, we have big waves or small waves on the long SUP. I think this is still something really nice too, so just enjoying depending on the conditions and always having fun and always in the waters, which is a bit tiring sometimes, but I really enjoy it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. For those viewers at home who don't know Benoit, you should check out his Instagram because it's always full of action. He's swapping between all kinds of boards and disciplines, so you better check that out. But for now, take a rest, and we'll see you in the semi-finals.
Thank you, Tatiana.
Back to you guys in the studio.
Very kind interview of Benoit. The whole family seems like really really nice family. And Benoit, Tiana asked him what his favorite thing to do is, and he just kind of casually mentions foiling, wing foiling. Benoit actually did very well on the wing foil tour. And what's really fun is when you watch him wing foil in the waves, he has the same stylish surfing on the wing foil. Now, a lot of wing foilers don't have. Well, we're back into a replay here from Kaede.
A nice steering 5 there. She kind of steered it round to get some speed and make sure she stayed in the power section. So that was a cool little.
The judges were scoring those hard steering maneuvers like that too earlier. Here's the inside double up. That's challenging. She navigates it, and then her sister Sakura banking it off, bringing it through to the inside. I don't have anything to drink out of, so yeah. So that's this is going to look at these scores here. We're at a 12 and an 11.4. Sisters are very tight. The surfing is very tight. Great quality surfing. I mean, excellent quality surfing. Good fun. I mean, this heat could easily be a final. I mean, both of these girls, their longboard style. The winner of this heat could be a favorite in the final. To be honest, Dave. I mean, the way that these girls surf. Here we go. We have live action, and Dave Bainey's here back in the booth with me. Sakura on a beautiful nose ride. Tough takeoff, challenging, and she may just have. Wave may have run away from her a bit there, but look, Benoit just had his interview. He mentioned multiple times, Dave Bainey joining me back in the booth here. He mentioned multiple times he was proud to be surfing against the legend and the style master, Dave Bainey.
That's awesome. I didn't hear his interview, so thank you, Benoit.
Yep. Speaking of style master, Sakura certainly having tons of style, but he mentioned it not once but twice, both legend and style master in his interview. So that was kind of Benoit. He said he was always keeping an eye out for you. And Dave, you put on a pretty good heat there. You had the one long left where you had multiple turns, solid turns, and then you had a solid finish on the inside. Something like a 6.5 or something.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, I had a lot of fun. Can't complain. A lot of waves came in. Benoit's just a really good surfer, and I did the best I could. Watching so many heats and seeing what's scoring, it's almost a disadvantage because while I'm riding the wave, it's in my head. As we see red, Kaede Inui, straight up to the nose. She knows what to do. Cuts back. She's waiting for this face to form back up. She drops back in.
Dave, you haven't seen these heats, so I think that's the point of difference why Kaede is just a hair ahead, is those more radical maneuvers.
Right.
She's throwing those in because Sakura has a ton of style, but
nice
these
cutbacks.
Slightly more radical maneuvers have put Kaede slightly ahead.
Yeah, and as she finishes this wave off, you would think it's an advantage, and I guess sometimes it could be to be here looking at all the heats so closely and seeing how they score in theory. But for me, it kind of got me a little rattled because literally while I'm riding the wave, you're thinking, oh gosh, should I do a nose ride here? And I honestly got caught in between just for a split second. I'm not using it as an excuse at all. I'm just trying to give you like a POV of my heat. And, there was one wave where I went right up to the nose, and I could feel my toes weren't like quite over. They're just right there. And we see a replay. And just right off the bat, I was like, dang it, I didn't get all the way there, and I stepped back.
I think this is the point of difference here, by the way. That little two-turn quick thing.
Yeah.
It's a very small point, but it's enough of a point.
No, and when you're in the quarterfinals, I mean, you got to be tack sharp. The one who kind of puts pieces of wave together from point A to point B completely. Everyone's surfing so good. There's plenty of waves. That's what the judges are going to look for, is that point of difference, right? If both guys are ripping, what sets that wave apart? So,
literally at this moment, it is a point of difference.
Right.
3 minutes.
There's a replay in white with the sister battle here. younger sister Sakura. Sweeping back. I love when she just sweeps back straight into that cross step. It just looks so smooth.
Dave, I'm telling you, you were in your heat till the end. I was thinking you were going to go out and wait on a set wave.
Well, there was 3 minutes left, and I needed a big 8, and I'm like, okay. Should I wait out, this heat and just try to hope that set wave comes in? And a decent wave came in, and there's probably 2 minutes left, and you either got to go or not, right? And usually, like you're saying, I would be patient, but I'm glad I did because another wave didn't come in. So I did it, and I actually really pushed the nose ride, and I kind of got a sick one at the beginning, and then kind of went back in it. So I knew it wasn't the best wave of the heat, but at least gave me an opportunity to push it, right? And who knows,
sure.
If I pulled it, maybe you get a good score. So
I was talking about that. Yeah, like right in the first 2 minutes of your heat, you had a solid 5, and I felt like if I'm Dave's coach, I'm sending him out there to get a wave on the outside. And then you did. You got that 6.5 with the multiple turns, and you looked like you were in a good position. And then you had a wave you were nose riding, and you just went out the back. And I'm like, oh.
Yep. No, and you know what?
It could have been the one, and it really would have pushed Benoit.
Yeah, well, testament to Benoit. I mean, he's just so solid. Like he's an elite competitor. He's at the top of his fitness right now. He's insane, and he back-to-back 7-7, right?
Yeah.
And as a competitor, you're like, all right, I got a decent score, 5 point, and then it's all 7. You're like, okay, cool. I'm in there. But then his next one's a 7.
Right.
And just by that, you're just like, dang, okay, I got to concentrate. And then you're right, I came back and got that 6. And then you're like, okay, and
you're not out of it. Yeah.
Wow, and then check this out. Kaede Inui, 9-point ride on our last one as White Sakura, his sister, carving back in this one.
Super tight carve, but not in the most critical part. And again, we're just talking as we get to these semifinals, these small points of difference. And I think it was the progression in Kaede's surfing that did it for her in this heat.
Yeah, 9.0. Wow.
I mean, both girls have incredible style. Look at this style.
Up to the 10 on the inside, Sakura.
And that's the thing, like backside 10 on a longboard is not easy, especially that close to the sand where it's just going to jack up. So I'd love to see the 9 again. She's already at the nose, already hanging 10. Oh,
man. But just like you're saying, like she wasn't even catching the wave yet, and she's already hanging 5. Wow, what a heat.
Here we go. Here's some highlights for.
Yeah, so look at this backside. I love how the nose just lifts up and levitates. Comes back down. She does a little look back. Here's the inside. And then she blended it with a couple cutbacks. Kaede looking strong here. And I mean, just to get on the nose right in that section is quite hard. And then finishing it up with a little floater. Just a complete heat from the champion there. We'll see her in the final.
Attention, ready to start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, so we're straight into the next semifinal of the women's.
Last of white.
Camille Dubrana and Julieta Martinez. They're going to square off in this semifinal. 2 goofy footers. So one of these fine ladies will join Kaede Inoue in the final in hopes of claiming an APP SUP Longboard World title. Thanks for joining us. You are watching the APP World Tour, the Gran Canaria Pro-Am, coming to you from Las Palmas, Gran Canaria. Happy to be here. It's been a fun week. If you're tuning in just now, you could always watch any of the action on YouTube, APP World Tour, and go back and relive the moments. We crowned multiple world champions this week. We started over at El Lorette, of course, and the waves were pumping. Lots of good action with Takanui reigning supreme, as well as Luci Cozzaletto. So if you have not watched that, I do encourage you to go back and watch all the days. But we are here right now, semifinal heat number 2. And there's a good shot of the lineup. Really a fun setup here. And I was told this used to be an old fishing village, and the jetties were there to help the fishing port. And now, obviously, it's just a kind of a event center for the town here. And on one side is El Oret, the world famous right. And on this side is more of like, I would kind of describe it as their Waikiki or maybe SoCal's Doheny, San Onofre, where there's multiple peaks, lots of surf schools, beach lessons, longboarding. You kind of get that more aloha vibe over here on this side. And the wave's super fun. It's almost like with that jetty there, every once in a while you get a little bounce off of it and the left pushes away, forms a little wedge, and then when you get the right, it bowls up a little bit more. Fun, unique wave to kind of, I don't know, it's fun. Like every time you're on the wave, you're kind of, surfing by braille. You're trying to figure out the lineup and find the pockets there. It's always a fun little adventure through the lineup.
These girls on of any sort. You can see that strip, by the way, right down the middle where the sandbar is, right in the middle of the screen.
Yep.
Any strategy in particular that you would suggest for these girls right now?
Yeah, I mean, today it looks like the left. You're kind of sitting more up on the point. You see Camille de Brana doing just that. Nice little lip bash on that left. And you can see it's pushing off the jetty, so she's got that left bowl. And then it kind of tapers off into the deep spot, so you got to be careful to not push it too far. And she's doing a great job of that by backing off and kind of fading back here. And then right through here, you can kind of decide if you want to go right or left, right? And a lot of times the right kind of lines up, so she's doing that as well. She's going to try to get up to the nose. And as you see the tide filling in, the inside actually stands up a little bit. I mean, a lot more. And last time we were here, we were actually not even surfing the outside. We were kind of surfing the inside. And it was like this fun little rampy reform. So you'll see as the day goes on and the tide fills in, that inside throwing up a lot more potential to just like hit the lip. So Camille de Brana, that was a nice wave. So she in our heat and this heat, is breaking off that shelf over there where the left kind of baits you over there, but it's breaking now. So a lot of times you get baited over there and it fades away. But the angle of the swell that's coming in, it's definitely just bouncing off that shelf, and you saw she got a really nice left.
I mean, it's been a very quiet heat, and that looks like a keeper score, I think. I mean, I think she got multiple turns and then a finish on the inside.
Yeah, you got to think so. As a set wave kind of had all the ingredients,
And it has been a quiet heat. Now, we saw Julieta sitting on her board on the outside, but this sport is called stand-up paddleboarding. So for people at home, can you share why is someone sitting on a board in a sport called stand-up paddling?
Yeah, no doubt. No, that's definitely a question that gets asked quite a bit from people. What are the rules? It is a stand-up paddle contest. So the rules are, at least for the APP, that you have to be standing to paddle out back into the lineup. Of course, if you're getting cleaned up in the impact zone, there's multiple waves, and that's okay. But once you get clear of that, you have to paddle back out. You will be warned, as we see Julieta Martinez getting her first ride. I love how that setup, it just smoothed right into that open face. She's fading back. Fits in a little cross step right there. She loves those cross step cutbacks. Let's see if it kind of faded out on her. But yeah, you have to paddle back out into the lineup. You have to make it to the lineup standing up. And then once you're out there, if there's a lull, you are allowed to sit down. They deem it, what's the point? There's no waves coming, but you definitely have to catch a wave standing up. So that's pretty much it. They used to make you stand up the entire time.
I can't imagine standing up for a 25-minute heat at Sunset Beach in California.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, definitely
in Hawaii.
It definitely made you double think twice about which board you're going to ride when it's really, bumpy out. But eventually it just evolved into, once they threw in the priority system. APP used to not have priority, so, the standing of the boards kind of goes out the window when there's a priority, right? So, so that's where we're sitting at. That's where they're sitting at as far as the stand-up rule. So 5.67, Camille Dubrana opens up on her opening ride. Good first score to start it off. Julieta got one. Don't think it's going to be quite as good as that one. And now Camille in priority 1. Feeling pretty good. No, I'm good. Thank you, Steve. And, so what do you guys think? Longboard sup. APP they've done a couple of events. We could call them, pilot events, just to test out the format, get the feedback from people, see if it sparks an interest. And the last few years, so far so good. People seem to really enjoy it. I, for one, am a fan. You see Julieta in white. She's going to scratch into this inside one. Kind of runs into a wall right there, so she's going to back out. Let's see if Camille, she's up and right on the set behind her, straight up to the nose. Nice job there. Another cut bat. So Camille just managing this heat quite nicely. Her second wave just straight into a nose ride and a cutback. And this one's bowling up for her. So let's see. She looks like she's going to decide to finish this wave on the right. Right back up to the nose again. And she's going to slide right out of that one. So Camille Dubrana, nice solid wave. So she's going to have 2 nice scores in her back pocket.
I could have this wrong, Dave, but I think Camille might be Matt Carpentier's girlfriend, possibly.
I'm not sure. I really don't.
I hate to get it wrong, but I know Matt was filming her, and
you could be playing matchmaker right now.
I could be, yes. It seemed like she was tight with the Carpentier family. And is she riding a starboard?
Yeah, it might even be Benoit's board. Looks very similar. So
there's been a lot of board trading going on here. How did your transition go, by the way, out of Sebastian's heat into your heat? Because there was no time.
Yeah, well, luckily the judges gave us some time.
Oh, they did? Okay.
Yeah, but it's funny because, right when you get out there, they kind of call the heat. And I'm like huffing and puffing. But they gave me enough time for sure. I was stoked.
Hoy en este campeonato mundial de paddle surf longboard tablas largas en esta segunda semifinal.
So we have on the live chat, Allez Camille. I don't speak French, but I think that's let's go Camille, possibly.
Yep.
We also have Go les Bretons, which I assume means the Brittany, our surfers from Brittany. So we have a live chat running. Unfortunately, we are just Americans, so like Americans, we only speak one language, unfortunately. Seems like everyone else over here in the Canaries speaks multiple languages. I'm hanging out with the judges. I actually have no idea what language is going by at any moment because one judge is Portuguese, one judge is Spanish, one judge is French, and they freely move among 4 languages.
Effortlessly. Here we go. Let's see what Julieta can. Oh no, that's Camille again. So Camille is straight to the nose. She's in that deep part, but she's got a nice healthy lead at the moment, so good to mix it up when you don't have priority. A lot of times it pays off to take a chance on a wave that the other surfer lets go. Looks like Julieta might be in a good spot for a set possibly here. She's looking at it. That one's going to kind of fade away into the channel.
Yeah, I don't know the spot particularly well, but it sure seems like that narrow strip of sand may feel narrower and narrower as the tide fills in. So you really are going to have good wave reading.
Yeah, it definitely has two personalities, low tide versus high tide. Here's the first wave of Camille Dubrana. She opened up with, a high 5. So she got that set wave, nice cutback. And then, what you got to do to get the scores is just cap it off here on the inside, which she does. So Camille Dubrana, Julieta Martinez, this is the semifinal. One of these ladies will join Kaede Inui in the final. So we watched her square off sister versus sister in semifinal number 1 in a fun matchup.
I still think there's more coming this year. The way it's been amidst, both of these surfers are capable of plenty.
Well, plenty of time. We got just under 13 minutes to go.
Julieta's probably going to need 2 scores because that 5.67 is a pretty solid score. I guess the judges really like that first turn in the pocket.
Yeah, and we're waiting on scores on her last one as well, which was very similar to her first one. So you got to imagine it's somewhere in the neighborhood. So just at the moment before the scores. So here we go. So Camille Dubrana, as expected, dropped a 5.0. So she's got a 5.6 and a 5.0. Julieta with 1 wave needs a 3.33. And with that being said, she needs a 7.34. Which she could accomplish on 1 wave. And right after this, straight into it, we're going to get into the longboard sup men semifinals. So stick around. We got a full day of action here. So Julieta with priority 1, opting to go for this one. Let's see if the judges consider that, and they do right away. So Camille Dubrana, a little bit of a mistake. I would consider that. You waited so long for the set wave, but I know how it is. You get very impatient, other competitors dropping scores. But here she goes. She's going to go in on this inside one. It's forming up for her, enough to get a nose ride, and she's straight through that section. So a little bit of action through the outside. She's got that nice, pretty fluing style. Loves those cross-step cutbacks. And that board's looking really nice, trimming across the top there. And she finishes off clean. So, a decent ride. Wasn't one of the bigger ones. But, probably just for her mindset, just to get another score. She's only got that 1 wave and it's been pretty quiet. So that's got to feel good to just kind of get warmed up here.
It was a pretty long nose ride, actually.
Yeah, the nose ride, for what it was offered is really nice, but it wasn't too critical, right? It wasn't in like a breaking face and things like that. So, very pretty and very, very nice to watch. And I love how she handled the inside section.
Her read on the wave was as good as you could have, really.
Absolutely. So we'll see what the judges think.
Last 2 waves. So first wave white 3.33. Second wave white 3.83.
So she improved a bit up to a 3.83 on that second wave there.
Yeah, and that's cool.
It just lowers the requirement.
Exactly. So they like to say building a house. So she improved on her first score. That's what you always want to do. So it's definitely not going to hurt her. Another wave, another set hasn't come in. So, the one critique would be she gave up her priority for that wave. But, what are you going to do? There's plenty of time. 9 minutes, 30 seconds left. She needs a 6.84.
I think whoever can get a set wave or 2 is going to win this heat at this point because both of these surfers are capable. But the conditions haven't delivered in this heat yet.
Well, Camille has been a little bit more patient, and you can see right here she's on another set wave. Goes up and over through that lip. Sounds like White paddling in the background. Oh, and Julieta straight up to the nose. So look at this wave she's got behind her. Not to take away from Camille, but she does a nice swooping cutback in the middle of that face. So Julieta battling back on the outside here. Camille staying busy on the inside. Straight to the nose. Clean little hang 5 on the inside. So way to finish that wave strong. Let's see what Julieta's got on offer. Cross stepping up. She's up to the nose as well. This wave goes a little flatter than Camille's, but on the outside, I want to say Julieta might have got the better of the exchange. Now let's see if there's a priority awareness between these ladies. Julieta on her feet already. Let's see how fast she does seem to be paddling a little bit more animated. One thing, Camille, and I'm making a big deal of this paddle battle because I was in one earlier and it sucked. And so Camille is on the outside and there's a faster rip. Julieta's a little bit out front of her, if you can see that.
I really want to see this replay, Dave, because Julieta's set wave looked like, I was just saying, the winner of this heat's going to be the one on the set waves.
Yeah, and after this exchange, this
it was
paddle battle is
really
going to
sort of
nothing.
one turn for each of them that was the money was right all of there for Camille, I feel like. The rest of it was just kind of some work along the way. And I think that Julieta had the same thing. You know, they're very similar finishes to the wave, so it comes on to how the judges feel about the first maneuver. So we got a nose right here that she completed. If she gets a nice turn off, a drop knee turn.
Love that cutback.
Drop knee turn on a solid wave, and then she did finish reasonably clean. So this is going to improve on Julieta's for sure and build the house, Dave. It could be in a similar range for Camille's previous waves, but, Camille's wave could be in a similar range for her previous ones in the sense that there was one good turn on the outside and then a completion on the inside. But I think Julieta is going to improve on hers significantly because she did have a nose ride and then she had a solid cross step. Drop knee turn, and then here she is nose riding the inside. Be interesting to see how the judges handle this because that part's clean, but then she buries the nose right on the beach. Oh, no, that's a completion. So this will be interesting. It might not be enough to put Julieta all the way through to the top, but I think it's going to be Julieta's best score, and it'll leave her just needing one more solid score. Again, this is my speculation. I'm not a judge. But Dave, man, I was proud of you out there representing, you know?
I appreciate it, man.
I mean, solid surfing. You know, you surfed a solid heat.
Yeah, I would trust me. There was I was very aware I could be very embarrassed by Benoit, so yeah. I definitely did make. I felt good not to make a complete fool of myself. So I had fun. You know, we're here to have a good time, and congrats to Benoit. And what else can I ask for?
I mean, I think knocking that 5 out early, just kind of gave you some confidence.
Sure.
And then that 6-5 probably was like, man, I'm actually surfing. I'm in this thing.
Yeah, I mean, there definitely was a second where I was like, okay, you know what? If I could get stack up on that, I do have a shot. So yeah, it was fun. I mean, it's fun to be in the mix. Is all I can say.
What's been your best APP result in something?
That's funny. I was thinking about that during my heat.
Oh, look, we have a set wave. This is what we're talking about. Whoever can pull off the set wave has the best potential.
Yeah, Julieta. So she fades to get to the pocket right here, which is a great decision because look at this wall line up on her. All right, so there we go. That's the nose ride she's looking for now. Straight into that little drop knee cutback that she loves to do. She's sticking with this inside ball, which lines up, not quite up to the nose on that one, but there, another good cutback. This wave forming up so good for her. She's going to slide over here to the right like we've seen all morning. A little bit of a 10 and then fading left. So, wow, this wave really served it up for her. That's going to be a good score.
I think that's the best wave of the heat, and I think it's almost comfortably the best wave of the heat. So if Camille had the high 5, I mean, I'm thinking that one may be in excess of a 7 because it's a set wave, and she did all the work she could do. Now, Kaede and Sakura may have gotten a little more work done, and they were earning 8s, in those. So I know I keep saying I'm not a judge. I keep pretending I'm a judge, but
you should apply for the job.
Yeah,
now.
Right. But I've been just based on what we've seen. Camille's best wave was a very solid front turn and a finish on the inside. This is a lot of nose riding, which is some technical surfing here, all the way to the nose. And then good wave reading as well to set it back up. And then we get one more nose ride out of this in the technical section, the steep section of the wave. And then very good cross-stepping and drop knee, turn, cross. And then she brings it on through to the inside with more nose riding. So
yeah, she kind of clicks a 10 there for a second. And then I love just the fade back into the floater. I mean, that was a sweet wave, and you saw her. She wanted to kind of claim that.
I think that was a bit of a claim. Maybe
and
a bit
rightfully so. That was sweet.
A bit of relief here.
Yeah, maybe that was it, a look of relief. Like, finally, I got the wave I needed.
So we have a 6.5 from Camille, and we have a 6.43 from Julieta. I can't remember if that.
Wave white 6.43. 6.43.
Camille with a nice wall in front of her. Oh,
yeah.
She kicks out.
Yeah, so Julieta gets that 6.43. So now she's in the mix here, and this heat is tightening up. We're going to get another look at it with the slow-mo. She needs a 5.75 now, so she got into this wave real early. And what's cool with the slow-mo on the longboard style, you could really start breaking down the footwork. And she squares up. You step forward to get the board flat and get that momentum. And then once you stand on the nose, the way the rocker works, you can see the tail just sucking in the back and actually throws the brakes on it. And she actually helps it there with the paddle even more. Great technique right there. Kind of fades back because she knows that bowl tends to run off into the middle of the bay. So good wave awareness. Now she's looking at build up, and she's seeing some more opportunity. And this one, I think she definitely would have liked to get a little further up on the nose, but she handles that section, pretty bumpy, pretty challenging section right there. But I love this smooth little cutback that she transitions into right here. Nice.
Looking at this, Dave, I mean, I was calling for a 7 on this, and I thought it was excellent surfing, but you see the power in Camille right there. And I think that's the only knock that we can put on the Julieta score. Why it didn't make it to the 7 level is we didn't see those powerful maneuvers like Camille is delivering right there. And it's a balanced criteria of the classic nose riding and the powerful surfing. And Camille is delivering that balance of power and tradition. Where well, I think congratulations to Camille. She surfed for what the judges were looking for. She delivered power and tradition. But 15-year-old Julieta can hang her head high. I mean, absolutely gorgeous surfing, all competition. Fun to watch. She's going to be a future star in this sport with her technique. She has lots of upside from here.
Oh, yeah. Julieta has officially arrived. So congrats to Camille Dubrana. She'll be in the final coming up later today against Kaede Inui. So that's going to be a battle. We're straight into semifinal men's right now. We're going to see this is the mix of highlights from the last heat. Camille started it off with a nice 5-point-something ride. And this is it right here. She got that re-entry, worked it all the inside. You saw her get a hang 5 right there, finished it off clean. So that set the tone. Julieta got off to a slow start, but she battled back with this one right here. Just lining up the nose ride. And then here we go. We're getting some scores dropping.
Wait.
And we were way ahead of ourselves as Julieta drops a 5.97, which pushes her into first place. So we got that completely wrong, Steve.
We got that wrong.
Julieta Martinez turns the heat in the remaining seconds of the heat. So congratulations, Julieta Martinez. We will see her in the final. Our apologies. Camille Dubrana, what a battle. So a total of 12.4 points versus Camille's 12.17. Wow.
23 hundredths of a point changed were the difference.
Wow. I did not see that coming.
I did not see that coming either.
Clutch from Julieta Martinez. So congratulations to her. She will be in the final versus Kairi.
15-year-old Julieta. What a great heat, though. I mean,
no, that's a great clash of similar styles. I'm excited for that final.
Right. Yeah. And then here we are right into the semifinals, and now we're getting down to brass tacks.
Well, speaking of clashing the styles, this is a good matchup as well. We've seen Matu throw down some of the best carves thus far this morning, and of course Taka Inui. He is the master nose rider. So this is going to be a fun heat as well. You see Julieta. Wow, she's got to be stoked. Turning that heat in the final moments. That was incredible.
Congratulations, Julieta.
Taka Inui up and riding straight to the 10. Looks like he is riding a different board, as he mentioned in his interview.
I think that's the heavy board again.
Really? It's definitely a different board from yesterday, so I can't remember if that was the one this morning. And Matu out the back. Doing a nice job. He had a cutback, then a quick little 5 into another little slide.
He's surfing to the criteria, you know?
Absolutely.
He's got his leash wrapped up in his paddle for a moment there. Then a strong finish, and I think you're going to have to finish as the tide comes in. Your finish is going to matter. I mean, every little point of differentiation matters. And Dave, I told you about Matt. I'm taking credit for this. I'm taking credit for his surfing.
You should.
As you know, I've been stealthily taking photos here and there, and I think it was after the second day of competition and everybody had kind of cleared out. I'm just sitting in the amphitheater there with the long lens that I have, and I didn't recognize the surfer, but the style was off the charts, and he was shortboard sup surfing on a starboard prototype, and I thought, I have no idea who this person is, because it wasn't Benoit, but it seemed like a board that Benoit would ride, and he was pulling off aerials on the shortboard sup, but he was not a competitor in the competition. So I said, "Who is this guy?" He came in. I asked, and he, "Oh no, I'm just Benoit's brother. He's the pro surfer. I'm just the brother." And but you saw the surfing style. No, he's not just the brother. Here's Taka live, hanging 10, doing Taka things, and then we're classic Taka. Cross step, bottom turn, all happened so quick too, right, Dave?
Honestly, he's just like a machine. I mean, every wave he's getting a 10 in, he's getting a cutback, effortless cross stepping, just looking amazing, and then throws it up on the lip.
That point of difference, that finish. One interesting thing in Taka's wave too is that there was no slowdown through that midsection. I mean, it's almost like a guaranteed from some of the other surfers, like, okay, here's the part where we slow it down and get boring until the real thing happens, right? Oh, off the top. I missed this one here from Benoit. Just saw a big off the top at the very last second, and he kicks out. So not sure what happened.
Yeah, Matu's going to spin around and hopefully try to get that priority again.
Basically, Matt knows he's up against Taka. It's eights or lates, as my co-commentator likes to say. So Taka just delivers a 4 on that last one. And I'm wondering if that is, remember we said there's almost a division of partial rail surfing, partial nose riding. And we looked at Camila in the last heat, and she was earning high scores based on significantly one powerful turn and then making it through to the inside. And as much fun as Taka's surfing is to watch, there was less of the rail surfing that. So here we go. This is what I'm talking about. I mean, that 10's incredible. I would be super proud to have done that. And that rail turn was in the flats a bit. Now he continues to maintain his speed. So me, as an unofficial judge, would say that's impressive that he maintains his speed all the way through all these flats. But this is a 4.3, so the judges are leaving room. And even with the exclamation point at the end there, the judges are leaving room for more. So based on that, I'm wondering where they'll go with Matt's, because he had a little more pep in his hits off the lip. And there we go. It was a much shorter wave from Matt, but the judges are rewarding the rail surfing from Matt.
Yeah, so interesting exchange there. Matu Carpentier gets a 5.0, Taka Inui with a 4.33. So this is the first time we've kind of seen Taka Inui not come out of the gates like all guns blazing. So well done. But just when I say that, they drop a second score, which is a 7.17. So Taka Inui, for just that split second, was a second place. But then he just goes over the top, throws down a 7.17.
So maybe the 7.17 was the one where he had the turn and he maintained the speed all the way through the inside, as I was talking about.
Yeah, so Matt needs a 6.5. So here we go. Taka again, looking on like another good left here. There he goes up against the left, levitating on that nose. Quick 10, fast little carve. Yeah, gets a little hung up right there, but still with it, of course. Matu in the back, you saw across the screen. He's in and out, so Taka's going to manage the inside here. And Taka's been absolutely destroying the lineup out here, and that could be one thing to say. Taka's, I mean, he's showing his whole bag, right? How much more element of surprise does Taka have? He's been just surfing so amazingly well, and that's another example of it. Clicks a nice 10 right before the closeout at the end of that ride. I want to see this first nose ride from the land angle, because he really clocked that 10, and the nose really levitated for him, and he was just perched on there.
He was almost leaning forward in the 10 too.
Yeah, here we go. So let's see. Look at that thing. I mean, he's leaning in front of the nose, right? Just like you're saying, he's leaning forward. And man, that was just like a hood ornament. I mean, that's as technical as it gets as far as a hang 10. And Taka,
it's really self-confidence in your ability to be on the nose when you're leaning forward while hanging 10.
I mean, he's just a raw talent. So good. Obviously, he's our current APP World Sup shortboard champion, and he's going for double titles. That would be his mission accomplished if he's able to do that this week here. And we've mentioned it before, Taka Inui, he's one of the best regular longboarders on the planet. He's a mainstay on the WSL longboard tour. So
we have more live commentary from Brittany. Go Matt. So the Britons are tuning in, cheering on their bros. Got word from home here. Boys are suiting up for a cold session in Florida. Sounds funny. Look at this. There's ability. So nose riding is supposed to happen in the top third of the wave, Dave, and here we are in the bottom third of the wave. Taka is comfortable. So Taka really pushing it now. 7.43 for that Superman hanging over the front of the nose wave. And, that was a 7.43, and there was a bobble in his surfing, so there's upside from there. If we see another Superman off the top, and Taka paddling in for another one here, I mean, the waves look super fun. I mean, come on. He's so comfortable on the nose. Oh, so fast. It's like sped up, like YouTube on 1.25 or Netflix on 1.25 when you watch him longboard. My wife the other day was like, "You can turn YouTube up to 1.25?" Like, yeah. I don't think I listen to any podcasts at actual speed anymore. I think I listen to them all at like 1.25. Like, I don't have time for this, right? Matt with a strong finish on the inside. I mean, Taka has just made the requirement very high. So Matt has time. He's got scores on the board. It may be in Matt's best interest to sit out back and try and find the best wave of the heat.
World Championship in Gran Canaria.
Well, you know, we didn't have a great forecast to work with, but I feel like we've had fantastic competition all the way. I mean, and look at this day. Here we go. Back replay of Taka. I can't believe he can control himself through the nose on that and then very quickly go right into this carve off the top. Again, this is surfing on 1.25x right here. It's almost unfair. And then such classic footwork, clean finish off the top. Just loving Taka surfing. And then out the back, here's Matt. He's got to deliver on the power, and he does. That is a very powerful cutback. The judges are looking for that, taking that risk, and it is a point of differentiation in Matt surfing versus Taka's. And he has the completion off the bottom. So Matt is, I think he's going to improve on his score here as well, keep himself in this heat. So Taka earns a 9 for that last wild and woolly 1.25 speed nose ride. So, and Taka staying busy again. This is not a replay. This is Taka on yet another wave. It seems like he's trying to decide, do I might go left or go right here? This is almost the first time we've seen him almost indecisive because he surfs with such self-confidence. He's just letting this wave set up, trying to decide what to do. Nose riding through the white water, which is not the easiest thing in the world to do. Riding backwards, I love that classic longboard style. He turns his body facing away from the nose of the board, runs back to the tail. I don't think it's going to be a big score for him. I don't think it's going to be a keeper. The nose ride was through the white water. But it is sort of classic board control over your longboard, you know, turning your back to the board entirely and running backwards. And I can tell you from my own experience, Dave, that is hard to do because once you turn around backwards on the board, everything sort of seems wrong. Like it's like getting on an escalator going and standing backwards. Like something's wrong about this here. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to act. But, you know, you can get it down with a bit of practice, but at first it's a bit challenging. So in my mind, we're waiting on another score from Matt. Let me get a refresh. I don't see a score yet in for Matt's second wave, but Taka sitting on, as Dave likes to say, pocket eights. Eights are late. So it's going to be a tall order. Matt gets a 5.7 for his ride. So look at this. This is the 9. I mean, what a recovery, right? I mean, this is just incredible athletic ability. Now, this is in slow motion, Dave. You may not believe it, but the kid surfs so fast that what we're watching is slow motion. Now his back foot is all the way on the tail block, and he almost slides out that 11-inch fin on that. Unbelievable surfing, and now I see the 9, you know, seeing it in slow motion. Yep. And again, it just feels wrong at first. I mean, that was on a wave. I don't think that it's going to score big for him. But does that description of running backwards on an escalator about right for what that feels like? It just...
He's just having a ton of fun out there. And Matu battling back. Nice nose ride for Matu. Here we go. That's more what he's known for, that big lip. Bash into a carve, so a good combination from Matu. His hair's still dry too. That's worth something. Back up to the nose again. He's going to hang on to this one and see what the inside does. Oh, he's getting a little bonus cutback right there. We haven't seen many of those. Straight into the lip, so way to go. That was a really nice wave by Matu.
That was some rail surfing multiple times in that wave, too. And, you know, again, trying to be a point of difference. And, you know, Matt's been so humble. He doesn't claim to be a pro surfer. He's just in this for the fun. But, look, he's competing in the semifinals. I mean, he is, you know, for someone who's saying, oh, I'm just Ben's brother, nobody special. You know, he's clearly somebody special. And both on the shortboard and on the longboard side in the stand-up world.
Yeah, the Carpentier family is, you know, it's almost annoying how talented they are.
Right.
I'm kidding, of course, but it is always fun to see like a talent pool run through the entire family. Right? We're talking about the Carpentiers here, the twin brothers and Benoit. They're all like multi-water athletes, very good at, you know, everything they do in the ocean. And then on the contrast to that, Taka Inui in the same heat, his entire family is so talented, longboarders, surfers, everything. So it's super fun to see that family bloodline as we see Matu go up and hit that lip. Nice carve.
This might be his best wave. I mean, if this is the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, no, and you're absolutely correct. He gets a 5.7, so I love how he got that snap right in the middle of the wave, because we haven't seen that many snaps right there. It's always been kind of a reform into a nose ride. So he got two maneuvers on the inside that we, you know, haven't been able to see. So he actually he's got two scores of 5.7 and a 5.4. Those are his high scores. Of course, Taka Inui dropped that 9.0, and he's also sitting on a 7.4. So unfortunately from a 2, he still needs a combination of waves. He needs a 10.73. We got 8.5 minutes left. So if you're Matt, you just want to concentrate on getting one big score, you know, one good score, just to get you back in, you know, mathematically back in this heat, right? That's just what you could do, and then take it from there. He's got plenty of time. There's 8 minutes, 15 seconds left. We got a little crowd here watching the action here in Las Palmas.
Some intensity on the beach.
Heat leader Taka Inui, of course, won the APP World Championship, world title just a couple days ago on the shortboard division. Setting that aside now, and he's full concentration on the SUP longboard today, dropping nines.
Dave, while we have a little break in the sets, what's the progression that someone walks into Infinity Surf Shop, says, I want to get into stand-up paddle surfing. What do you what board do you put them on day one? You know, just your average, you know, 75 kg, 180 pound.
Sure.
Human.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could ask him, right? I guess the first question would be, hey, have you ever stand-up paddled, right? And let's just say he has. Oh, you know, I've rented a couple boards. I could do it. Have you ridden any waves? No. We would probably put him on something identical to that, as you see Taka Inui again on another left that's just lining up, clocking that 10 again, switches his paddle while he's just levitating. I'm starting to run out of words for Taka Inui's just technicality of nose riding that he's able to do. It's just a pleasure to watch. Here he goes on the inside. Decides to hit the lip with that one, and Taka, I think even himself, he's like, I can't do much more than that.
I mean, you know, if that other one was a 9 and excellent range is 8+, I mean, with that nose riding at the takeoff, it's hard to imagine that wave's not excellent. What do you think?
I mean, just watch this, Steve, for a second. So he gets up to the nose, like directly from dropping in. Now, what I want to point out to you is when he's on the nose, Steve, he decides to casually switch his paddle over to the other side. And while his nose is starting to rise and levitate. And, you know, just watch this and just enjoy it. Sit back and watch, because it deserves no words, and here we go. So he cross steps up into the section. He's leaning back, kind of finding his point of balance, and I'm just going to let him speak for himself right here. So on the nose, casually sitting there, and he clicks to the 10, and about halfway through this 10, he's like, yeah, I'm going to switch my paddle, as he leans over it, hood ornament style. Matu, even in the background, is just going, what am I watching? And that is as casual as it can get. And then just swoops this cutback. And not to mention just the cross step to get back to swoop this cutback is just insane. And also that board is not, it's definitely, you could tell it's definitely built to nose ride. And to huck it around with a cutback like that, Steve, with the 50-50 style rails, that is actually very hard to do. So
could that be the best scoring wave of the entire longboard event?
I mean, that was the most impressive nose ride I've seen in a very long time, event or not. And, I don't know. But
there is a judging criteria for the rail surfing. And he did have the rail surfing at the end of that nose ride. But the exception on this, it comes down to how they're going to divvy up the progression versus the tradition, because on tradition, that's an 11 right there,
Yeah, it was definitely, how do they say it? Very nice.
Very, very nice.
Very nice.
So we're going back.
So, Steve, I would like to welcome you to the chat. Taka Inui, 9.73.
9.73, best wave of the event on the longboard.
He's got 2 9s, and when that happens to me in a heat, I kind of just I start thinking, where are the cold beers?
Right.
Matt's just going, hey, man, hats off. That was insane. I saw that from behind, and yeah. But Matt is ripping himself. I mean, he's got a 5.7. It's just what you going to do.
Yep.
Look at Matt's like, you know what? That one should have been a 10. You see him flashing the 10?
No, I didn't see that, yeah.
Just right there. He's like, 10, man. That was a 10. Oh, you got robbed. So, Matu, obviously, we're all competitors here, but we're all fans. We're all fans of this sport. We want to see good. We appreciate seeing good surfing. And Maddie definitely appreciating the front row seat of Taka Inui's last ride, 9.73. 3 minutes remaining in this heat.
You told me to kick back and enjoy, Dave, and I've kicked back a bit too much.
I think it's fine. I mean, we're just left speechless here. But here comes a little look. Matu, Carpentier in white, the Frenchman.
Well, let's let him. I'm telling you, Matt was throwing air on the SUP shortboard, and he's got nothing to lose to go for it here. So you saw him try and lay down a big hack there. But he is capable of throwing air on the SUP shortboard, at least. I mean, these conditions are obviously not conducive for that, because you wouldn't believe the amount of speed he had over at the other wave when he hucked that air, which is what you need to do, but you just don't think it's possible on these boards. And then you see Matt do it, you're like, well, it's actually possible.
Got to see to believe sometimes.
I am nobody. I am just Ben's brother. Okay, Matt. What's got to be nice being Matt, though, is that if you're nice to your brother, you have the world's biggest garage of starboard toys to play with, right? And meanwhile, it's Benoit's job to perform on those toys. You have no responsibility. Taka, once again, nose riding lower in the wave this time. Oh, beautiful, unbelievable cross-step top turn.
Yeah, that was definitely sweet. Done with a lot of speed.
And one point of contention, one point of interest, point of separation is that his board hasn't slowed down at all through this fat section.
Yeah, and I'm just appreciating Taka's cross-stepping in between. He doesn't shuffle at all. It's just amazing. It's so hard to do that. I mean,
because it's like, in my mind, okay, now I'm going to cross step, and then I cross step, and then it's like, oh, I need to be back on the tail, and so then I shuffle back to the tail. You know, like I'm not. He's not thinking about it. He just cross steps all the time. Now here's Matt again, beautiful nose ride, and then let's see if he hucks it up there because he's capable. Look, that's a solid. I mean, look, that's rail work right there. More rail work from Matt. I mean, he's out there still competing, still having fun, and his expectations weren't high. He knew what he was getting into here, but he's out there competing, bringing it through to the inside, nose riding against the grain there, and then he's going to finish this one off. So it looks like Taka's calling it a day. I think 19 is enough.
Yep, so we got just counting down right now, actually 2-1-0. So that is the end of the semifinal heat, and I need some electrolytes. I need something. I am just wiped out from watching that semifinal. It was insane. Yeah, so wow, that was a treat, you guys. I hope you appreciated that semifinal. Takanui, what a performance here. Let's just watch a medley of his mastery. Woo! It started off with that one where he's just hanging on for dear life, but goes straight into that cutback.
There was a pro football player, I think it was a receiver, that did ballet lessons, you know, to try and work on his skills. I wonder if Taka's doing some ballet training or some sort of special. I mean, his balance is just off the charts, right? And then this was an early wave. That one may not have even counted.
Look at this one. That is
Superman.
That's his 9.73. I cannot believe that nose ride. Just unreal technical footwork and nose riding, and just, you know, wave riding skill. Taka Inui straight up here, gets a quick little 5, and then, you know, uses the tail of the board. It goes up and over the lips. So Taka Inui letting it be known. Now watch this cross step up, and then boom, does the back cross step on this huge roundhouse. I mean, you look at that, and I mean, most people would just get scrambled in their brain, like, you know, you can't even understand.
I know, because you need the pressure on the back foot, but which one's your back foot now? You know,
just insane. Congratulations to Mathieu Carpentier, representing well. Semifinal finish.
He's not a professional surfer, he says, and yet he's third in the world in longboard.
And he finished it off with a 5.8. So nice work, Mathieu Carpentier. We will see Taka Inui in the final as he continues his campaign for double world titles at this event. So here we go, semifinal number 2. Who's going to meet Taka Inui in the finals? Benoit Carpentier or Leonardo Jimenez? We got France versus Brazil. Goofy foot versus regular. Leonardo, white, up and riding, straight to the 10. Nice technical nose ride. This is what Leonardo's been doing, just throwing down these cutbacks. A lot of aggression in the performance part of his skill set. So it was really nice to see Leonardo get to that 10 right away. He's definitely been showing off his performance skills, and it's nice to see him open it up and get more of that blend. He knows coming up against Benoit, who's got that really nice blend of traditional versus progression. So Leonardo opened up with a really nice wave, which he's been doing all event long. Here's a replay. So right when the horn sounds, Leonardo decides to throw up a 10. Hang 10. Straight into a layback cutback. And then he got some more done on the inside there. So Leonardo looking good. Benoit, seasoned competitor, 2-time world champ, SUP world champ, that is. I would say one of the most fundamentally sound surfers on tour. He blends that really nice rail work with just enough of that progression. We saw him in the shortboard division with some nice rail style carves. and blowing the tail out when he's riding that quad fin. And he's a patient surfer, so definitely has a strategy that he likes to stick to when he's in these heats. See Leonardo on the inside, stretching 5 across this section. Did a really good job working through it. You see Benoit out the back. Wow, Benoit. Big animated nose ride into a huge backside swooping carve. He's still working it. Leonardo, he's got some more work to do on the inside here. Backhand, throws it up. And wow, did a really good job throwing that vertical right there. So Benoit straight into the inside. Nose taps it. And let's see, where's the position right here? So Leonardo got a little bit of a longer ride. So I know Steve doesn't talk about the priority thing, but just as a competitor, I love watching the chess match. And Benoit, he lucked into that set weight behind Leonardo, and he's going to get priority because he's way further out in the lineup. So he's going to be in a good position. So Leonardo got that 7.33. Let's see where Benoit ends up. It's going to be a good score as well. So here's a replay. Leonardo, I love this nose ride, how he just hangs on through the section. That's super difficult. Benoit, you see in the back, just swooping back on that cutback. So this is going to be a fun exchange here. So Leonardo already got 2 waves. Benoit's got that wave right here that we're waiting for scores. Stayed busy through the middle. So here's Benoit's first nose ride. Nice and stylish, straight to the tip. Swoops it back around. I love how that backhand rebound.
Board's looking good too. It just, again, I was asking you about this before, Dave. Is it the board or is it the rider? You as a board designer, you design towards their surfing ability, or which is it in a way? Is it chicken and the egg type thing?
Yeah, well, I know Benoit is definitely, he's someone who definitely is into knowing what his equipment is. I know he does a lot of designing with his shapers, and he's highly involved in what he rides. A lot of these guys are at the highest level. They know a lot about what they like, what they're trying to feel. So Leonardo has a 7.33 and a 5.9. Still winning the scores for Benoit's ride. It was a really good ride. He had a lot of cool variety. It was I didn't notice, but on the replay in the middle section, he did this big, kind of forehand redirectional.
He's motoring it out to the outside, by the way.
He actually took his hand off the paddle.
Now we see why he was motoring out there. Sorry to interrupt, Dave. I thought we had a set wave, and it looks like Leo's going to catch it on the inside.
Yeah, Leonardo sneaking one under priority. Nice nose ride, super stylish. I loved it. He just, sometimes you could go up to the nose and try to overpose or something like that, and that was just like a nice, clean, stylish nose ride. Didn't have to do much more than that. Working it around, finding this inside right again. Good little footwork in between. He's going to throw it up backhand. Boom. Oh, and he comes unglued. Benoit out the back on the nose. Here we go. The Frenchman, Benoit Carpentier. Let's see what happens here. Looks like it's getting fat. Let's see if he decides to keep with it. Looks like he's trying to. Board looks really nice through the flat spots. Trim's really nice for him. There we go. Gets a nice cutback. And on the inside, let's see. He's going to build up the speed and finishes out on that rebound. So we got a nice battle here.
We do, yeah. I was kind of curious. Should he stick with that wave, Dave? But I think with the higher tide coming in, you were telling me years ago, in years past, that inside could work pretty well. And, I guess with the tide filling in, it's not just an outside then inside wave. It's actually there can be a midsection that can deliver as well. So fun for longboard competing, because it requires decisions to be made along the way. So, and here's Benoit making a decision to get out of it.
So this is what we missed on this last one. Wow, really, really clicking into that hang 10. And then this is where we kind of picked up on the screen. We saw him flow through this midsection. So with that big nose ride out the back, it was a short one, but very, very critical.
So it made it worth it. It made it worth it to push on through.
Absolutely. He felt it definitely was worth all this, and it pays off. He kind of gets that 2-for-1 thing we've been seeing now as the tide comes in. So he gets 2 maneuvers, that nice slash and then that rebound right there. So Benoit got an 8.33 on that first
You're
drive.
kidding.
Yeah, so he's got an 8.33. He needs a 4.9, and I have a feeling his second one, or that last one we just saw,
out, yeah, so.
is going to be that 4.9 because he did have that critical nose ride and finished it all the way to the end. So
I think it's
and it comes up a little short. I was wrong. It's a 4.57 if I'm, if they're not
you
behind.
are correct. I think you're right, yeah.
So Benoit still needs a 4.9.
Well, it was just one short nose ride out the back, and then some more.
Yeah,
in
it definitely
between.
was quiet in between. He didn't get that signature like what we've been seeing, that nose ride to that big cutback. You're right. He got that nose ride, and then it just went kind of quiet. So good point of difference right there.
Second of white, 5.90.
So we're already up in the 13 range for both surfers, and we still have 17 minutes to go in this heat, I mean, and this is one of the marquee heats of the longboard. One of these guys is going to be in the finals, and either of them would be qualified finalists against Taka.
Absolutely. Yeah, we definitely have a fun battle on our hands. Goofy versus regular, France versus Brazil.
I think the 3 remaining guys, Taka and these 2, are the 3 leaders. So
all right, we're going to throw it down to Tatiana. She's got an interview with Taka Inui. Taka dropped a 9.73. Let's hear from him.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm here with Taka Inui, who is absolutely smashing it in the competition currently. He just scored a 9-point ride and a 9.76, which is the highest scoring wave of the competition so far. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, I'm lucky to get a 2 good wave. I'm so happy.
Not only lucky, I think a lot of practice, determination and strategy came into play.
Yeah, so always I practice. Then today is a good wave for longboard wave, so I excited to try to nose ride, Sylvester. Yeah, so happy I'm happy to get a 2 9-point ride.
Incredible stuff, Taka. Now, Taka and the whole family have been non-stop since they've arrived, non-stop competing, back-to-back heats, longboard, the performance board. Do you ever have time to relax and recover?
No, we are 3 people join this event. No time. Yeah.
No time to relax, and you're a man full of energy. What do you do in your downtime?
Maybe no. So after the contest, I packing back to about 3 days back to Japan. Yeah, 3 transit. About 1 day stay airport.
Oh my goodness, non-stop this guy, but he is still managing to absolutely kill it in the competition. So you are through to the finals. Cannot wait to see you, Taka. Any words for your friends and family back home?
皆さん応援ありがとうございます。9点台2本出すことができました。そしてさくらは残念ながら楓に負けてしまったんですけども、楓この次ファイナルあるので、頑張ってほしいと思います。その後僕もファイナルあるので、サップのパフォーマンスに続きロングボードは、昨年に続き2年連続でワールドタイトル取れるように、頑張りますので引き続き応援よろしくお願いいたします。
Thank you very much. Back to you guys in the studio.
Tatiana, and Tati was asking what Taka likes to do in his downtime here, and I talked to his mom, who told me that it's okay to call her Taka Mom, Dave.
Yep, I've been calling her Taka Mom, and she's like, yes, Taka Mom, Taka Mom.
Taka Mom. And he likes to do video editing, and as soon as we said that the other heat, we saw him video editing his sister being chaired up the beach and such, so here we have Benoit dropping in, super style, long nose ride, paddle over his head, smacking the lip, super progressive longboarding right there. And it's like the Joel Parkinson of the longboard tour. A little cross-step bottom turn there. And when I say the Joel Parkinson got high scores on the World Surfing the WSL World Tour for years with that just beautiful, clean style. Very few errors in his style. And we see Leonardo following in, pumping through to the inside, using the patented Lecco Salazar lip hit at the end. I've got to add that back into my stand-up game, because it's a pretty cool thing. His 12 o'clock flick may be my 10:30 flick, but but it looks cool.
It's functional. I mean, what else are you going to do on that little closeout section, right?
I think the rest of us
cool.
either hop off or hop out the back, and it's easy to flick it up to 12 o'clock, or in my case 10:30, and then paddle back out.
So replay. Here we go. Benoit straight up on that 5. Gets a nice little lip hit. Leonardo behind him too. Benoit did a good job on this wave. I want to say there's been better just waves in this heat, but he killed that one for what it offered him up. Leonardo got this big wall and another 10. Now watch, as expected, big old wrap. So as far as wave quality in that exchange, Leonardo definitely got better luck in that way. We'll see how the scores pan out.
It's challenging because, there's the Joel Parkinson effect. Like Benoit's lip hit through the lip, it just looked easier than it was.
Yeah, and look at Leonardo definitely hanging over the nose. That was a sweet hang 10 right there.
Leaning the nose forward, just kind of like showing off a little. And so definitely Leo meeting the criteria here. That was on a more open, flatter section of the wave, but it sure was powerful. And I think we get a carbon copy of it right about here. The paddle's on the outside for this one. But come on, delivering all the power in the world.
Yeah, so let's see where...
This is going to be interesting. I think you're right, Dave. I think it may be Leo's just because of multiple maneuvers and the 10. And then we get the patented Lecco finish. But...
yeah, and you reference, let's talk about Lecco for a second. You referenced Lecco Salazar. For those that you don't know, Lecco Salazar, former APP world champion. Him and his brother are longtime competitors on the APP World Tour. Lecco's one of the pioneers of this tour here. And he was supposed to make it out here. Tristan let us know that last minute he couldn't make it or something. So we're definitely missing Lecco. Shout out to Lecco and his brother. But Lecco was definitely like an influence to all these young goofy foots you see coming up out of Brazil, like Leonardo and Luis Diniz, Marcio Grillo, all these guys. They all kind of followed his path, and super fun to see all the talent that surf talent that comes out of Brazil. And it all started with the legend Lecco Salazar himself.
I remember, you may remember this too, Dave, back in the day. We're watching some guys on Blaine Chambers boards back in the day and thinking this is performance surfing. And then somehow there was like a heavy metal edit of Lecco Salazar, like a punk rock edit, old school Christian Fletcher style edit. And Lecco had some tattoos and he was doing like rock and roll stuff and like fakey riding and coming out of things backwards on his longboard sup. And I just thought, what planet did this human being arrive from? Because it was such a fun time in the sport where anything was possible. You didn't know what the next guy was going to come out doing, but most of the next guys were from traditional places, meaning like California or Hawaii or something. And then we get this edit and out of nowhere, this punk rock edit of Lecco, and it was like, oh, this is how it's done.
Yeah, and I mean,
do you remember some of those early Lecco edits?
Oh, for sure. Like it
was like from the side, like from a jetty or something.
Yeah, that's his local break.
So sorry, you were saying as a goofy footer.
Yeah, as a goofy footer, I mean, Lecco Salazar still to this day is one of my favorite backhand sup surfers. Just a signature style, and just like you're saying, I mean, he was recognizable with Leonardo there. You see Julieta warming up for the final.
With Tony, just like the Gabriel Medina Gabriel Medina's stepdad. Tony's her dad's always in the picture.
Yep, it's nice to have family support, that's for sure.
For sure, and Julieta's got it.
So Benoit got a 6.57.
Okay.
But we're still waiting on, and there we go, Leonardo ups it with a 7.67. So Benoit actually needs a bigger score now. He needed a 5-something now. He needs a 6.8. 7 minutes, 38 seconds remaining.
At the end of the day, we're a quarter of a point. As you see on the screen here, that screen, those scores are up to date. It's a quarter of a point separating these two surfers. So
yeah, well, Benoit's got the highest score of the heat so far with an 8.17. He's got that 6.57 as a low, but Leonardo has 2 sevens. And, I mean, when you do the math and everything clears out, he needs a 6.83 Benoit to turn the heat.
So I've got a question for you. What more can Leonardo do for these judges? Because he's been hanging 10, and he has been driving, laying down those turns on the open face as hard as possible, and he's sitting at 15. So what is it that he needs to do to up that 15?
Yeah, I mean, so far so good. He's been fortunate enough to be on the nicer waves this heat. Here's Benoit, a really good one looking though. Here goes Benoit in red. Nice wrap around after that nose ride. He's looking back. He's going to stick with this one though. Reforming pretty good. It's walling up. Bigger than we've seen. Gets another nose ride through that middle section, so cutting back. Lots of footwork to be done here. Back up on the nose on the inside. Picking up the speed. Boom. So he finishes that one super clean. This is going to be interesting. A 6.83. Does he do it?
You're not asking for my opinion, but I think he got it. Because the nose ride outside was technical. It's technical to cross through the whitewater. I'm not sure how the judges feel about that, but it's very technical backside to cross through the whitewater like that. And then he gets the hit coming back at it, and then there wasn't much slowdown, wasn't much downtime in between. But here's Leo hanging 10, and then just leaning the knees forward and throwing it off the face. So
very similar rides, just goofy versus regular. They both got a really nice nose ride into a straight, powerful cutback. Let's see how Leo's goes through the middle. Looks like he's going to get the short end of the stick as far as. Oh, I might have spoke too soon. He's really, really working this to get in there, and he accomplished it. So nice work there, and there we go. Tease it off. So I would say his middle section wasn't as good as Benoit's. I would say his nose ride was slightly better than Benoit's. So this will be fun to see where they.
I love the knee tilt,
Yeah, and you know what? I don't know why. I guess just because Leonardo's been ripping so hard off the tail, I was not concentrating on how well he nose rides. Like I
agree.
I'm just like, wow, I'm very impressed by his hang 10s, and I knew he could nose ride, but it's been overshadowed by his surfing off the tail. So he's definitely might have watched replays, might have just started to figure out how he could get higher scores even than his previous heats, and he's definitely making an effort to nose ride a lot more than he has in the earlier rounds.
I'm going to add the knee tilt to my 5s at least, Dave.
Please do. You got those brand new knees. You could do it.
I do. That's right.
I know you could do it.
I'm going to have the only ceramic 10s you've ever seen, right?
So here we go, Benoit.
This is what I'm talking about, through the danger section there. And then he goes vertical up above the lip.
Yeah, that was sick. And then, of course, the middle section, it lined up pretty nice for him. So you got another tapped another 5, then gets the cut back with the cross step. Definitely stayed busy right there. And that little nose ride was very nice with the little air drop. But look at Leo just hanging on the 10 right there. So, man.
So, yeah. So my uneducated guess is that it was enough for Benoit to go above Leo before this wave from Leo. And I don't think this wave from Leo is going to improve on his situation just because he has 2 killer 7s. And the amount of work that he did on those 7s was exceptional.
Yeah, we see live action. Benoit already back on another one, but he's going to fade out.
So no one's asking my opinion on this, but But we do have drama. You know, we've had a lot of drama. A lot of these heats have come down to very tight scores. And we didn't expect any less out of this one. I think, along with Taka, I think these are the top two longboarders in the world, along with Taka. So the semifinal is correct, and the final is correct. And it should be quite fascinating.
Yeah, so Benoit, as it stands, needs a 6.83. We got 2 minutes, 35 seconds left.
So is that priority, Dave, in the top left? Does that mean Leo has priority?
They haven't given it out because they usually throw a P1 or the P2 next to it. So we're waiting on the priority. That's gonna be a big deal.
That's right. That's what I'm driving at. That could be there we go, right there. So Benoit sitting on an 8 at the moment and sitting on priority. And I think we're still waiting on a score for Benoit. I could be wrong. They may have awarded him a 6.57, but I still believe we're waiting on a score. It looks like we got another score.
So, yep.
7.87. Benoit takes the lead. So Leonardo, though, did well as well. So maybe we're waiting on a score from Leonardo.
Yeah, I think Benoit just got the score he needed. And Leonardo, I don't think they've dropped his score of his last wave.
But I'm not thinking that it's going to push his.
It's going to need to be big. It's going to need an 8.18, but it drops right there. It does not do it at 6.87. So Benoit, in the dying moments of this heat, jumps into the lead with a 7.67. Leonardo Jimenez all of a sudden needs an 8.18.
So why? And so my whys are, it was a very technical nose ride through but that backside nose ride through the whitewater was tough. And then the bank coming right back at it was a high-risk maneuver through the bank. Then the work that he did from the outside to the inside was a step above. You've seen Leo pumping to get to the inside, and you've seen Benoit cross-stepping and maneuvering through the inside.
Yeah, and Benoit's sitting pretty. He's got priority 1, so that's got to feel good, right? You get the score, you jump into the lead, and you also have priority now. So he's in the driver's seat.
The time on the screen is not correct. There's about 30 seconds remaining, we hear from the beach announcer. So I'm kind of surprised that Benoit is leaving Leo that far apart. If you take a look here, Leo has room to catch a wave. Benoit is giving him a wave. And the thing is that Leo's ability is there to manufacture a score. It's a big score that has to be manufactured, but he's capable. And look,
wow. No, and he went for it. You know, that wave was not going to be 8 unless he did something really special. But Benoit, victory lap. What a heat.
Benoit might not know what Leo did. Oh, I love that, the leg kick. Woo! This is some gorgeous surfing. Maybe he's having a little fun here.
He's having a lot of fun, I can tell you that.
Yep. Some beautiful surfing. I think, you know, Benoit has been working closely with his shaper on getting the boards right, and I feel like he got the boards right. Even finished this wave with the completion. Even just goofing around here at the end, it's not impossible for him to push his level. There's his brother Matt. You want to flag down, Matt? So congratulations to Benoit. Let's watch some of the highlights here. Hands above the heads. Benoit comes carving right back, power right through the section, and then once again lays it right out. I mean, just really beautiful surfing. And a point of difference here is, as you'll see, well, they didn't show it in the replay, but there was no downtime. That was a key. He wasn't pumping through the section. This was one of my favorites. The degree of difficulty of nose riding through that whitewater section, banking it back. And then this is what I was talking about. There wasn't any downtime between the outside and the inside. And I think that was a small point of distinction that got him through. Really clean footwork. Steps way on the tail for the floater completion. And I think that was Benoit's best scoring wave of the heat. So now it's on. We have the ladies final coming up. We have Kaede Inoue versus Julieta, who just pulled out the win at the very last moment on the ladies' side. And then on the men's side, we have her brother Take Inoue against Benoit Carpentier.
5, 4, 3, 2,
So here we go, right into the ladies' final.
let's go.
And
Buena suerte. Big final. 12 finales. Gran final del día de hoy en categoría femenina longboard.
so there's no priority, so either of these girls can catch this. They're both going to kind of keep an eye on who wants it. Julieta lets Kaede take it. Kaede starts out with a nice nose ride and a very strong cut back to the power section. A good start for Kaede. Can she stick with it? You know, she did not stick with the wave, but she got a lot of work done in a very short amount of space. And here goes Julieta with a potential set wave. So we're starting right away in this final, and both surfers are going to have scores on the board here. Nice bottom turn from Julieta, kicking things off, drop knee, top turn, and then she's going to have to work her way through to the inside. But the inside midsection's been walling up. She's got a little toe tap on the midsection there, and now she's going to try and work her way through to the inside, see what sets up. It doesn't set up, so she's turning it back around. So neither surfer got the connection. Looking at that exchange, it may be that Kaede Inoue got the better of the exchange because she had a stronger nose ride, stronger opening maneuver. Both surfers, like I said, did not make the connection all the way through, but a good start. And here we are all the way again. Very quick start to this heat. Kaede been surfing fantastically. Beautiful nose ride to take off, and she backs off out of this wave. And you can see she might be on just your basic traditional longboard there because the board sank waist deep as she turned around to go back out and look for another wave. She may have been kicking out of that wave just to try and maintain her priority. So, well, hello everybody. I want to introduce Matt Carpentier. Matt doesn't say that he's a professional surfer, but he just finished third in the world in longboard stand-up paddle surfing. So congratulations, Matt, on a fantastic event. I really enjoyed watching your surfing, your shortboard surfing, your longboard surfing, and it's just very fun to watch the Carpentier family, be a family unit. And is Camille your girlfriend?
Yeah.
And so she also finished third in the event, right? So that's got to be good fun, right?
Yeah, for sure. That was really good fun. The event is the waves are really cool for stand-up longboard, and then Ben made it to the final. So that's great news. He surfed really, good hit against Leo. Leo was ripping too. So I think it's going to be a great final in between Ben and Taka.
Yeah, it was a very challenging event. I mean, look. Leo is an incredible surfer, super powerful, and I was impressed with Leo's nose riding in that event because he had this beautiful sort of knees forward thing where it's kind of like somewhat showboating, like a little like, look, I'm so comfortable in the nose, I can push my knees past the nose, and I didn't really know he had that as a part of his surfing, but I think the point of difference was that your brother was able to maintain flow from the outside all the way through to the inside, and Leo was having to pump a bit. It may have been a bit to do with board design, may have been a bit to do with your brother's long history in longboard surfing, but so I just wanted to ask you, coming here to the Canaries, what's your experience been like in the Canary Islands, both for you and just for your family unit?
Well, Canary Islands, just for the European, it's kind of the Hawaii of Europe. It's like a 3 hours flight from most of the main cities in Europe, and then you have amazing weather, you have good waves. It can be windy, but still it's really interesting to progress, to keep learning, and they have really good waves. You have to mix a bit in between you need to do a bit short. You can shortboard, you can longboard, you can do stand-up. Obviously, here in Las Palmas, we have been lucky to surf El Lloret. thanks to the locals who share their spot for 3 days. Then we give it back to them, and hopefully next year there will be more surfing over there. And then this wave in La Cicère, it's just perfect for stand-up paddle longboard. It's a long wave, it can be bowly, it can be a bit smooth, and I think you can show all your panel of maneuvers while surfing. So no, I think we are really lucky to have this event in Canary Island. Obviously, to run an event in a big city like that, it's really a plus because you have everything close. It's easy to find a place to stay. It's if you wanna just make some breaks, you can. We've been doing bowling for 2 nights,
nice.
And you make connection with other people from all over the world. So I think it's a great call to have this event here in Las Palmas, and hopefully there will be the same for more years.
Now I've got to ask you. One of the sayings that we have in America is the best surfer on the water is the one who is having the most fun. So, by that standard, I mean, the Carpentier family seems to be that. Taka has a huge smile, but I have to give the award for this to Pierre, okay, your brother, your twin brother. And again, you have to tell us what happened, how he ends up surfing in his whatever that costume was for the first heat. So he was wearing, if you folks at home didn't see it, he was wearing essentially what in the United States we would call a Speedo, he was wearing next to nothing. And so did he lose a bet? Did he win a bet? I mean, what caused your brother Pierre to be wearing that suit? Or is that just his personality?
Yeah, that's just his personality. No, it's just a way to have fun for him. And he went to there's a big supermarket just in the corner of the event, and he went there to buy some stuff. And there was just a small shop with those, how do you say it how do you call them?
Well, in America, we call it a bathing suit, but in England, they call it a swimming costume. And we were laughing because if there was ever a swimming costume, Pierre was in the costume.
Yeah, for sure.
We have a rider here, Julieta out of Spain, 15 years old, really outstanding style. Look at this nose riding here. At 15, she has excellent wave reading. Got a quick hang 10 in, switches her paddle. Look at this cross step. The drop knee. I mean, this is really great longboard style from Julieta. And taking it all the way through. This is what we were saying about your brother. There was no slowdown in speed through this whole wave. And nose riding through the inside section. And if she can get a finish in, it doubles off the inside. But an excellent start, really, for Julieta. Been super impressed. Have you seen her before? Do you know her at all?
Yeah, for sure. She's been stand-up paddling for maybe 2 years right now,
okay.
And she's one of the young talent from Europe for sure. She's ripping in shortboard. She's also doing longboard. She's one to watch in the incoming years in multiple disciplines, and she's someone really, really smooth. In French we can say avoir la grosse tête. If you can be pretentious, but she's not at all. She's just kind. She's every time smiling. So I think she has the good mentality, and she has Ibaya as a mentor, and I think it helps her progression. And for sure, she's one to watch. Let's see in that final, but for sure she's capable of matching with Kaede, who's been, I think, the standout in this event regarding longboarding. And I think we'll have a great show for the last 15 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, so here we have Kaede dropping in. It'll be interesting to see which way she goes. Already on the nose. I mean, the wave is barely settled in. Again, she's being selective, which might be the right way to go here because you're only scored on your top 2 waves. The minutes on the screen are not correct. There's about 16 minutes remaining. But a point of contention is the quality of the waves. And I think you actually were doing a good job in your heat of selecting quality waves. You knew you were up against Taka. You knew he could deliver big scores. So you knew you needed to be on good waves. And you also made a point of difference in your heat, I felt like, in surfing with powerful maneuvers because you knew that he was going to be doing the nose riding thing that he's capable of. So, here's Julieta on the nose, cutting back to the power section. This is what the judges want to see. Hopefully she can make it through. Nope. So let's see. Oh, here we go. Kaede, live action. Cutting it back. and this has been kind of the way to most successfully ride this wave, is getting a nose ride a bit off of the left and then getting a nice carve in and then pushing it through this inside section. It's kind of starting to work, a little midsection, a little soul arch from Kaede, and let's see if she gets a little finish, nice finish. That's going to be I think that wave is going to push Kaede up into the lead here.
Yeah, for sure. Wave selection is going to be a key factor in the final. Obviously, those are the best longboard stand-up paddle surfers in the world right now, and they are in the final, so they want to get big scores to be sure to take it all at the end. And with the tide pushing in, it's going to be, you got to be patient to take the right ones to at least be able to do or one good turn or one nose ride.
So a quick touch on the nose here and then an open face maneuver, but I think she gets hung up a little bit. But I think she's trying to do the right thing. Here's Kaede with a nice cutback and takes this through. And, again, that midsection's finally starting to work for us. And so Kaede took on her sister Sakura in the last heat. And I think the point of difference in that heat was because Sakura was surfing fantastically well. But what I was talking about your surfing and what you were trying to have as your point of difference against Taka was that Kaede was like actually making powerful moves in the power section. And I think that's what's happening right here. Julieta is longboard surfing fantastically, and she's been surfing great this whole event, but the maneuvers, they've been slightly further out from the power zone, and those slight differences, they might not make a difference until you start to get to finals day here. And that was the case for Sakura in the last heat against Kaede, where the point of difference was the maneuvers right in the pocket. And so hopefully we'll see Juliet. And I think she was trying on that last wave by carving it back and hitting it right in the pocket. I think that was a secret of Benoit as well. In the last heat, his very best wave, he was going backside through the steep section, nose riding, and then he came back and hit the pocket very hard and very high, and he was rewarded for that. Whereas Leo was absolutely destroying open faces where the level of difficulty, the level of risk is lower. Now, the level of difficulty is high, but the level of risk is lower. So here's some slow motion. I don't know if you want to comment on this.
No, that's a crazy good nose. She's a bit bending backward, but it's a classic move in longboard and with great style. And she kept the flow to be able to do a re-entry, I think. So great combo at the end. With the tide pushing in, it's the end section is starting to be a bit steeper and better, so you can actually do two moves. So really great wave. I think it's going to be a good score for Kaede.
Yeah, so Matt, I was talking with Dave Bainey here in the booth, and we were saying that you actually have it better than Benoit, okay? Here's why, okay? Because Benoit receives all of this gear from Starboard and all of the Starboard-related businesses, on the wing foil side, and it's all great gear. What's the name of the wing brand for Starboard?
Freewing.
Freewing. So Benoit receives Starboard longboards and Starboard foil boards and Freewing wings, but it's his job. He has to use this gear. He has to ride this gear. He has to get pictures on this gear. Meanwhile, you have a full garage of toys, and you have no job. You have no job you have no responsibility to do anything in exchange for riding. All you have to do is be nice enough to your brother that you can use his toys.
I totally agree, and
Is that right?
He's been nice for like 15 years right now. He's been competing since he's 14 in the APP World Tour, and he's 28 right now. So it's been 14 years that we've been lucky to have amazing boards, especially with Starboard those last 10 years, and they've made such a great work in designing and improving the board. There is Ben, obviously, but there is also Zane this year because of an injury, but we miss him, and we'll be sure. I'm sure he's going to be back soon. This guy is also such a nice guy.
He is. I did the Molokai race actually on stand-up paddle boards. We stayed at Zane's house. Legend. I mean, Zane's absolute legend. Talk about a garage, by the way. Have you seen their garage at the Schweitzer house?
I've never been but Dun's been there, and I think it's
it's a 3-car garage, and it's just full of starboard gear. I mean, it's like a starboard store, really, if there was such a thing. Because you've got stand-up paddle race boards and foil boards and downwind boards and kite gear, every gear you can possibly imagine. So here's Kaede again. She got a 7.5. Again, that's that point of difference, that power, hitting it in the power zone. Look, fully extension on that right there. And then again, as the tide fills in, the midsection is working much better. Nice footwork, nice power. I think this is going to be her second best performing wave of this event, and making it an even taller order for Julieta to try and get past it here.
Yeah, that was a good wave. She only had a 3.3, I think, as a backup. So, and let's go, Julieta, making her response. These waves can be flat. Yeah, that's not going to be... let's see if she has done something better before. But still, she has some time, so she may be comboed after the next score of Kaede, but still she has some time, and she's definitely capable of doing great moves and making good scores. So let's hope for some wave at the end of it. And then we have the replay of Kaede with a great carve over there, and then she will be patient before the waves steepens one more time.
That's one thing with people with longboard experience is patience, right? Shortboard, you've always got to be active. And then you see these experienced longboarders like yourself and your brother and like the Inoyes. You just know when to be patient. Like, I grew up on a beach break. We're never patient. You've got to hit the lip right now. You have no choice, right? And, so the patience is sort of a maturity thing. And what's amazing is we have 2 teenagers in this final. I'm 53 years old. I'm not as patient as these teenagers when I'm riding a wave. So how do you feel about the APP Tour, including longboard as a category and potentially even as a category next year?
I think it's just it's the best call ever. I think it's come back to the roots of stand-up paddle surfing. At the beginning, I remember the first contest. There were guys like Antoine Del Perro. He's been multiple world champion in longboard. And at the beginning, they were actually riding board like 9 feet or 10 feet or above, and they were doing nose ride. They were carving, and I think stand-up paddling. If you think about the definition, it's kind of walking on water. Then you are standing, and to have quite big boards to be able to go on the right side, on the left side of the lineup, I think it's a definition of stand-up paddling. And
I think that Antoine Del Perro comment is actually great, because you are right. He had this style that we are talking about here. It's a combination of shortboard ripping and still like a clean upper body, like a clean, very stylish. And here we have Julieta on another pushing it again. It's nice to see this inside section trying to work. Julieta with her nice footwork, working her way through and completing this wave. Little hanging 5, pretty long 5, and then she finishes the wave off, which, we've seen a lot of people. I would say less than 50% of people have been making the final completion there, because it seemed like it just comes up before you expect it. Yeah. And so the nose goes under.
You need to walk really quick to be able to finish and to complete, and especially going backwards, because it steepens really quick.
She did a nice job of fading this one too to set it up as well. Just very mature for 15 years old, I think. But so I think it's fun to see so many different multi-sport athletes like Julieta. I saw on her Instagram she's just started wing foiling as well. And, at my age growing up, what I did was I grew up in Florida. Conditions are terrible generally. I would just try to do the Florida version of whatever Laird and Dave Kalama were doing, because, they're kiteboarding now. Let's kiteboard. Oh, they're windsurfing now. Let's windsurf. Oh, they're stand-up paddling now. Let's try this. Here's the replay. This is a much bigger wave. Beautiful off the top. And then she's just going to set it up to try and find the best spot to put the wave face in front of her. So it looks like she's going left, but she's really just setting up this inside section. Once again, no loss of speed like your brother in the last heat. And, it's going to be another good score for Kaede.
Yeah, I have to say the levels in the girls division, they are not many, but they are all ripping. Truly, all the 4 semi-finalists and Ibarya too could have been competing against the men and for sure making it and going to the quarter or the semis. The Kaede and Sakura are absolutely ripping. They have such a great technique on the nose. Camille and Julieta are also great longboarders. So I feel that the girls are ripping, and hopefully more will come in the next events. And because I think it suits both styles, men and women, and I think that's.
Well, let's see. It looks like Kaede is spinning and going on this, and this could be a decent left potentially. She backs out of it. She's very selective. She must see things, and it's been successful for her. But you were talking about some unknown people and such, and I have to say, before I got to this event, I did not know Matt Carpentier, and I'm looking on the beach at somebody on a white board. Let's follow Julieta here. Nice hanging 5. And it's very technical, especially when you see the nose go under. And she brings it back to the white water. She's setting it up through the midsection here. Again, she loves that drop knee, but does it so stylishly. There it is again. And she's making the decision, am I going right or am I going left? The walking touches for the 5. Now she's going to go left, setting up. She's at least completing the wave. I think that'll improve on one of her scores potentially. And we're running short on time for Julieta here. I mean, Kaede has a couple strong scores. But I wanted to say, Matt, I didn't know you, and I met you on the beach, and you said, "Oh, I'm just Ben's brother. That's all. I'm just filming Camille, and I'm just Ben's brother." And then separately, I'm walking up the beach with my camera, and I see somebody on a white board that doesn't have any logos on it. It's a shortboard stand-up paddleboard, and the waves have gotten pretty solid. Well, let's watch this. Let's watch this seat again. This is a fairly long nose ride. And then, again, that beautiful drop knee style, classic longboard surfing. Then she here's coming through the inside, fading it. Nice footwork. She's got great footwork, no doubt.
No doubt about that. What's lacking a bit in her surfing right now, it's doing great carves or top turn. That's why their scores are still around average, 4.4, I think, for that last ride. But, once she finds her rhythm, she's totally capable of having a great score, and that's why Kaede is keeping busy too. And but also it came to the last minutes, and you have to be strategic. Right now, Julieta is not anymore combo because she needs 9.6, I think. So Kaede's job is to wait and to control the end of the heat to take it all at the end.
So I'm not going to let you go on this, though. I'm walking up the Corso, the beach walk, and I see a surfer that I don't recognize the surfing style, and it's a whiteboard, and the conditions are pretty solid. I mean, far bigger than what we're seeing on the screen here, and you are definitely going above the lip with power, sometimes fins out, and I thought, which competitor is this in the shortboard men's division, because this guy is going to be competitive in this event. And it turns out it's the guy that introduced him to me the night before. He's like, "Oh, I'm nobody. I'm just Ben's brother," And so I became a Matt fan, and I was like, I want to see Matt do well in the longboard division because I know that this guy can surf, and people are not aware of what you're capable of. And I think you showed us what you're capable of on the longboard side, but you haven't showed the world what you're capable of. But it's not just Benoit in the Carpentier family having a garage full of Ben's toys. Like I said, I think you're in the best spot of all because you have no responsibility and all the toys, right? So here's Julieta. Time's getting very low in the heat. We're down to about a minute in the heat. Again, the time on the screen is different than the time, but Julieta did improve her situation, and it's still an outstanding result. It's her first competition on the APP, and she makes the longboard finals. And certainly shows great technique and room for improvement as well. We know where she can get better, and so I think she has a great future if she sticks with it.
Yeah, there is no surprise on that final, and both I think Ibaya is less longboarding than the other, and she has less technique regarding footwork and everything. But all Camille, Kaede, Sakura, and Julieta are all great surfers, so each one could have made it to the final, and it's so cool to see young girls stepping up and doing stand-up paddle. I think it shows that this is most of all it's a fun sport. I've been loving stand-up paddle since I've tried because I think it is over with just steering, so this wave might not count. But yeah, it's all about fun when you go in the water and stand-up paddle. It's I think one of the best toys in most of the conditions. And you've said it before. I think right now we have such a big choice of gear to go in the water, and don't let it stand up paddle. You might have a lot of fun.
Well, thank you, Matt, for spending some time in the booth with me here. It's a real pleasure getting to know you a bit and introducing you and your great personality and your humility and your great surfing style. But I want to give you a chance to get out of the booth, get on the beach, and cheer your brother on in the upcoming men's final. It's going to be exceptional between Taka's unbelievable nose riding and your brother's full game, the full package of longboard sup surfing. So thank you again, Matt, and good luck to you and your family in the future here. So
yeah, thank you very much, and big shout out to the APP for running such an epic event, and hopefully next year with three events gonna be even more epic. So let's go for the show, and hopefully more people start coming.
Awesome, man. Well, again, let me let you get out there and cheer your brother on in the final here.
Thank you.
The whole Benoit clan, the whole Carpentier clan. We'll see you.
Yeah.
You're seeing some highlights here. Kaede with a well-deserved win in the women's longboard division. Super stylish surfing, making it through that midsection without any bobbles, off the top, through the lip. Just really exceptional longboard surfing. Being cheered up the beach, and it's being cheered up the rocks. It's not an easy cheer. And Kaede Enoye, and you see Julieta following her up the beach. There's Sai, our photographer, getting the shot as always in the foreground. Kaede with the Japanese flag here. It's a So Japan bringing home yet another title, and congratulations, Julieta, big smile, second place finisher, giving her a high five, and then again the Inoue family with the GoPro out there. Again, I mentioned that Taka Inoue loves the video, so congratulations, Julieta, for second place. Congratulations. Great job. Wonderful longboard surfing. Our Japanese champion. So now we're on to the final. I had to kick Matt Carpentier out of the booth. He claimed that he would not be biased in the final, but I had to give him the boot because we have Matt's brother Benoit in white and Taka in red. And I mean, these are arguably the two most complete longboarders that we've seen in this event in the final, and we have good conditions for them. Dave, welcome back to the booth.
Thank you, Steve. And look, what better time I could have than this first wave getting ridden? And this is interesting that they're both kind of, wow, this is controversial already because it's going to be super interesting. But let's concentrate on action. We'll get back to that.
Two lips. One big nose ride and then two lippers for Benoit so far.
And then what's been happening is this midsection's now starting to work.
Yeah, look at this. It's lining up for him real nice. Benoit straight back into the nose again. Throws a little style in there, and he's going to ride this one out. So this is going to be interesting because, just let me set the tone here for a second. it's been a predominantly left breaking wave today, right? So there was no priority there. Benoit actually got into the wave first, but Takanui was there still paddling. He ended up going left. And it's going to be interesting because Benoit was already up and riding. I mean, because potentially Benoit could get an interference, but also on the backside, potentially Taka could get one. So
we had a strange situation like this yesterday.
Strange.
Ultimately,
so,
ended up in a double interference.
So Benoit's already in there. Let's see if he gets a maneuver in before Taka. So there we go. So Benoit was already into maneuvering. So I'm going to say that if I had to guess, Benoit's not going to get an interference, but there's potential for Taka. But at the same time, he didn't really ruin his wave at all, so I don't know.
There's potential for Benoit. I mean, Taka was nose riding going left.
But Benoit initiated his first turn before that, and that's usually a big key to that when it's like a peak situation.
You hate for an interference to
yeah, we
get in the
definitely
way.
don't want one to happen, but we definitely have to talk about it because that was like right at the beginning of the heat there. I mean, they gave Taka Inui a score for that, a 7.3, 0.73. So
Taka's up, classic nose ride, 10 toes over the nose. This is just right where he left off. That's the same. This is the blueprint of the 9s that he was laying down. It wasn't quite as radical, at least yet, as the 9s that he was laying down in his last heat.
Wow, look at this. I mean, how does he nose ride through that flat section like that? I do not know.
And then there's the midsection again and a finish.
Yep, so Takanui doing what he does straight.
Oh, his fin box may be an issue. I don't think the judges are going to go. Like I said, it was the formula for the eight types of wave, but I think you got to leave some room when you're the judges with these two competitors in the water.
Yeah, Benoit stroking this one. It's a littler wave, but
Ooh,
it's nice and groomy.
10.
Gets up on the lip right there, so Benoit getting a couple good scores.
The thing is that the judges have been delivering big scores for Benoit off of just those two outside maneuvers. And then he gets this bonus with no slowdown in between. Absolutely no slowdown in between. So, I mean, it is fun. Benoit likes it. He gave a fist pump. We haven't seen he's a relatively mellow guy. It seems you don't see much fist pump. It tells you he wants it, which is fun.
Absolutely. And having a brief moment to talk to Benoit, I mean, we all know who ultimately the man to beat has been this event, including Benoit. You know, Takanui's been just absolutely destroying this competition up until this point. And Benoit has been the guy on the other side of the draw doing the same thing, but Benoit definitely knew what he's up against, and so to get a good wave, he's pretty fired up. Let's see a replay.
Well, he needs these huge lip hits to be his point of difference.
Absolutely, and that's a good point you bring up because the nose riding, they're both really good nose riders, but I would say Takanui, you see that just board drive through the lip, Takanui has probably got the edge on him on nose riding, and partially because the board he chose to ride, right? It's more of a specific nose rider, while Benoit's is more of a performance longboard. So the point of difference between Benoit is right there, that lip. So he's stoked. He knew he threw the board through the lip out the back, and he got that one on the inside. So it is a little bit of a clash of styles here we're watching, which is super fun.
The judges are asking for nose riding and rail surfing usage of the entire board. And so it's not impossible that Ben could go higher than Taka, just on reading the first line of of what the judges are asking for. And the judges set the scale at a 7 for Benoit on this wave.
Yeah, and Benoit's gotten 2 good waves so far.
Yeah, this might be the second one, actually, that we're watching, and this is the closing section, which is a pretty vertical hit on not much.
Yeah, that was the ending of his second wave. So we have a 7.0 come in, assuming that's his first.
Potentially could be better, right?
I mean, that's what I'm kind of guessing right now. So he has a 7.0 that dropped. So I'm assuming that's that opening ride that him and Takanui kind of shared. Takanui came back and got that really good wave, nose ride. That has yet to drop it. It just drops to 5.83. So right now, Benoit's got a 7. Takanui's got a 5.83. And we're still waiting on that score from Benoit's last ride. So
here's a funny thing. I think that with the boards, each guy is going to have to outperform on each board's the deficiency in each board, meaning that Taka's board is the nose riding champ, and he's got it is not as vertical just by design and the fin design. Taka's board is going to be more challenging to go vertical, where Benoit's board is not designed as much as a nose rider as Taka's. So Benoit can go more vertical, and he's got to try and make the most out of his board on the nose riding. So get the nose rides in, because Benoit's point of difference should be the verticalness of his surfing. And here he is getting I love the lean right there. But he needs to back it up with some radical surfing.
Yeah, and speaking of those boards, Steve, we see Benoit just wrap a huge cutback on the inside there. The inside's really starting to serve up some opportunity here. And here he goes again, up and over that lip, airdropping down. And that was an interesting scenario because Takanui actually had priority. Benoit was kind of scratching next to him just to see if he was going to take it. Takanui let him get it. So let's see if Benoit can make him pay for that. So, but here goes Takanui right now, hang tenning. So we've seen Taka fall a couple times so far in this heat, and it's uncharacteristic. So Takanui.
So I'm just getting it that Taka got his a 5.8 on that one wave, and the thing missing was the risk-taking radical maneuvers, which is going to be more challenging on his board. And
well, yeah, and I love how you brought that up because Taka Inui, let's break it down, has okay. Looks like we have an interview with the winner, our new SUP world champion in the women's, and it's Kaede Inui. Down to you, Tatiana.
I am on the beach with Kaede Inui, who is the official APP SUP Longboard World Champion. How does it feel?
Thank you. I get the 3-time world champion. I'm very happy. So difficult ways, but very, very good ways here. Yeah, I'm very happy. Thank you.
Kaede has just won the world title 3 years in a row, 2022, 2023, and now officially 2024. She is 19 years of age, so she has a huge future in the world of stand-up paddle. Is there anything you want to say to your friends and family back home?
3年連続でワールドチャンピオンを取ることができました。ジュニアの方では妹もワールドチャンピオンを獲得して、これで3兄弟全員ワールドチャンピオンを取れました。すごく嬉しいです。そして皆さんいつも本当に応援ありがとうございます。また来年次の試合とかも頑張っていきますので、引き続き応援の方よろしくお願いします。Muchas gracias!
Incredible accomplishment. I congratulate you, Kaede. Enjoy the win, relax, and maybe we can party later.
Thank you. ちなみに、兄ちゃん次の日行ってたんで、皆さんよろしくお願いします。頑張れ、兄ちゃん
Thank you. Back to the studio.
I think the Inui family is really the smilingest family in the event, right? I think I heard her say gracias. So
she's working on some Spanish. She said muchas gracias at the end right there.
I didn't realize that was a Japanese word, but so you want to bring us up to date on what happened since the interview?
Yeah, you guys, as you can see on the screen right there, big news, big scores. Benoit Carpentier drops an 8.5, so currently sitting on a 7.0 and an 8.5. Taka Inui, for the first time this competition, with his back against the wall. Plenty of time here, though. 14 minutes, 9 seconds left. Taka Inui sitting with priority, so Benoit's going to try to get this smaller one, get some work done. Actually forming up pretty nice for him. Oh, he's doing he went for the little kick out. I mean, I don't even know what you call that.
He's done a few of those in this event, though. and that's the first one he's missed.
Yeah, and what you're doing, you're walking all the way up to the nose, and you run out of board. So what else can you do? You kick your foot forward, and very high risk, high reward maneuver right here. So Benoit, knowing that he's in the lead, and why not try to go for something?
And he really kicks his leg up high. I mean, this is like the old hip flexor stretch that they want you to do. You'll see. I've seen him do this a few times, and it's not just a little leg kick behind him. I mean, it is aerial. Look at that. He's getting his leg up there for some time, and he completed it. He actually completed it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it was close for sure. And then, yeah.
I'm not sure my hip bends that far back, Dave.
I don't know. I've seen some pretty impressive flexible moves from you with those
new knees.
Those new knees. I bet you could do it.
I'm just trying to be humble here, Dave. You know, like that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm
Speaking
sure
of
we'll
being
see.
humble, by the way, Matt was in the booth, Benoit's brother, in the last heat. I was trying my best to give him credit and props for his surfing ability. It's almost like he would not accept it. You know, he just
wasn't having it.
Such humility. I tried to tell him what you and I said, that Matt has the best gig in the world because Starboard has a garage full of stuff that Benoit has to perform on and get photos on, and Matt is just able to use without any responsibility.
Taka letting Benoit go again, choosing to hang on to his priority, so Benoit's going to take this one. Waiting to see it set up, looking for that right ball straight to the nose, hanging 10 again. Swoops back. He's going to stick with it, it looks like. Finding the sweet spot on the rocker, little switch stance, trying to stay busy through that middle section. Another great finish with the helicopter, and that's smooth as can be. So Benoit pulling out all the tricks now.
He's feeling it. Look at that.
Let's see if he can improve on that 7-0. If he does, it'll put Takanui in a real tough spot.
We haven't even seen Taka be challenged in this longboard division at all.
No, and it's been super interesting because twice he has decided not to take the wave and let Benoit take it. This is probably the most patient we've seen Taka Inui be in all of his heats as well. So here's that replay again. Benoit just on the nose, straight into a hang 10.
It's not a heavily rockered board either, you know?
Yeah, it looks really nice through the flat spots, this board.
I mean, he's been in sync with his boards the whole event.
Yeah, and that's when he was like trying to decide what to do, but he's going to continue to work it all the way to the inside and finish off with that helicopter.
You know, we saw him peek out the back, and I think I told you that's a foil thing. That's a thing you develop from foiling of you're trying to decide when you're going to kick out, what sets are coming behind you, what's happening, because you may pick off one behind it, kick out and pump to it. So here he is setting up. I think this is the switch foot right here, curve into the switch foot. Just having a little fun, little Carpentier fun. 737. So does he improve on his situation?
I believe he does.
So yeah, Taka gave him that one under priority, and Benoit is already sitting just under 16, so just under excellent.
Oh my gosh! So Taka out the back, straight up on the nose, nice carve.
And that's that point of contention. That was a technical carve in a critical section of the wave, so this should improve on Taka's scores.
Yep, and this is where Taka does a lot of work. If you watch his footwork here, it's just super clean and technical. He's getting another little cutback, straight into the nose again, hanging 10, so his second hang 10 of the wave. If he could pull this, that's going to be a great score. He seems pretty fired up. So the battle continues.
Mm-hmm. Well, the battle really heats up there. He's going to need one more score. Benoit's been just delivering 8s or lates, Dave. I was a little worried with this filling in tide if we were going to still be contestable.
Let's see this wave from the beginning. We kind of cut in the middle of his nose ride, so I'm curious to see how critical it really was. And look, that barely a bottom turn, straight into the nose.
More of a kick stall to put the board in the top of the wave.
Watch this pose, though. Can you believe this one? Wow.
Magazine cover.
Oh, Taka Inui, the wizard.
White, 8.5 and 7.37.
So you could tell he definitely wanted to get this carved to get the progression going, and he does just that.
Wow. That single fin, that's not easy to do.
Absolutely not. You see him just navigating the bump.
The score to red. Veamos unos segundos los resultados de la última hora del concursante japonés de rojo.
We hear the announcers, the beach announcers announcing something, but we haven't seen the score yet for Taka.
Yeah, I think he was just saying waiting on scores for red because he said Benoit 8.5 and 7.37 waiting on score for red. So we got 7 minutes, 50 seconds. Taka Inui just threw down this wave we're watching here. Yet to get the score. Taka right now needs a total of 10 points. It's definitely going to help with that.
And here's the footwork through the inside.
Yep, and he's very aware of the progression he's got to build into this wave. Gets another carve right there.
But it's a bit of a stall in order to get the nose ride, slow the board down in order to put it right in the top of the wave. And then just another magazine cover right there. What did you say? Hood ornament, right?
Yes, hood ornament. He does a great job right here. And it almost looked like he wasn't going to pull it off, but he ends up bringing it back in and landing that. So here's a score, though. 8.60 for Taka Inui.
8.6. And I think he's got more in him than that.
Well, he's going to need it. He needs a 7.27 as we see Benoit, current hurt leader, up and over that lip. Pulls it off.
I saw some fins there, Dave.
Back into a nice swooping carve. He's looking right now. Up and over with a nice floater there. Here comes a section. He's hoping for a good setup, and it looks real clean. He's going to get back up to the nose. Wow. Nose right to that section, and don't tell me he's going to get another backhand snap. So Benoit in sync, in the flow, and he's feeling it.
We have a final, my friend.
We have a final on our hands.
8.60.
I mean, Benoit knew it's going to take practically nines, to take it from Taka. And Taka's gotten off to a slow start, but he's got one of those practically nines that he needs. And it wouldn't surprise me if he delivers another one.
7.27 to get on first.
What a final. What a final. What great surfing.
5:30 to go, 5:30. 5:30 para llegar a la gran.
The announcer just giving us the update. I'm hoping to see what we get out of Benoit for that. Because Benoit had another score that should be right up there with what he's been delivering so far in the 8 range, which could push him even higher. So Dave, this is getting me excited. Do you have production longboards? What do you call them?
With this nose ride and just kind of glided over the top of this, and then also extends it there. And then the surprising part of this wave was it looks like it's going to close out, but he has the awareness to see that it's forming back left. And he actually gets back over on the tail, and he's able to throw it up backhand to complete this ride.
And there was eyes in the back of his head because he did not look back.
So he did up his score, but just a bit. His second high score was a 7.37. He got a 7.40. So not drastically crazier for Taka, but Taka needs a 7.3.
I mean, we know Taka's been delivering plenty of 7.3s in this event.
So. Oh yeah, just automatic. He's like an automatic 7. He just needs the wave to get to get that score. So let's see, Taka Inui with priority. So he'll have the first pick of the waves that come in next.
Clock is starting to be an issue, so Taka needs to surf a Taka wave, but there's not a whole lot of room for mistakes.
That is a good point. With all this action, I didn't realize that the final is going by so quick. We have 3 minutes, 36 seconds left. So Taka needing a score here.
I did talk on the screen. It says water speed. That I did talk to Bjorn about that. He's actually been developing that app a bit, and that is that speed app that I was telling you about, where you know your board speed. While you're on the water with your Apple Watch or your phone or whatever it is.
Oh, cool. Does it work for surf and paddle, you think, too? Did you ask him about that?
It would certainly work for surf and paddling. I don't believe that it can distinguish. I mean, you would just have to look at the speeds to know when you were on a wave or not. Like, unlike there is that surfing app, which I just can't remember at the time, that only kicks in when you reach a certain speed. Here we go, replay. Boom. This is the 8.74. Excellent off the top. And then he comes back and swacks it again. I mean, it's two deserving finalists. See, look, he does not look back behind him, Dave. He doesn't know that left is there. And then eyes out of the back of his head. You know?
Yeah, I mean, that was just insane. You know, what a great wave. I mean, through the whole thing of that ride, it was just opportunity for him, you know. There wasn't really a slow, quiet spot in that wave, and I mean, that was a great score. He navigated it perfectly. Taka Inui's just hoping for another shot. I mean, we got 2 minutes left. Taka Inui needing a 7.3. He needs a set wave.
So, Dave, I was asking you about what makes a longboard sup versus a traditional sup. Do you ride it with more volume than your shortboard sup? Of course you do, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And longboard sups are just they're larger longboards, and more importantly, I do want to get to this heat because it's 1 minute 30 seconds left. You see Benoit's brother looking on intently. I mean, we're 1 minute 20 seconds away from a world title for Benoit. And I don't want to say
it's for Taka.
Absolutely, but Benoit's in the lead right now, and I don't want to say it would be an upset because it's definitely not in that kind of way. But Taka is our current shortboard sup world champion, and this is his chance to double down and get 2 world championships under his belt in 1 year, which I don't think has ever been done before.
I mean, I would believe that
1 minute left.
Taka may have been the favorite the way he's been going through these heats with scores close to 18.
Taka looking at his watch. It would be fun to just see him get that one more opportunity to see if he could do it. 40 seconds left. These guys are paddling.
Benoit trying to sucker him into a smaller one, I think. But he can deliver even on a smaller one. It looks like Taka's not taking the bait.
Yep, 30 seconds. Doesn't look like there's much coming through.
Taka doesn't need much to deliver, though, and it's not a huge score for Taka.
20 seconds left. Ocean going quiet, you guys.
There might be just one opportunity behind this one.
10 seconds.
Countdown is on.
3, 2, 1, and that's the final right there. Benoit does it.
Oh, wow.
Taka's still stoked. What a great event. These guys had a lot of fun.
There's the Carpentier family cheering. Taka's so sweet, smiling. Look how. Can you smile that big in defeat, Dave? I mean, this is just a joyful moment. Exciting for Ben. I mean, he had to earn it. I mean, Taka was the informed surfer of the longboard event. And here's some highlights of Ben.
Yeah, just a recap of Benoit's, ultimately dominance of this final. Benoit was just in the flow. This was his first wave. So right from the get-go, just dropping big scores. And, each wave served up just such good, long, complete rides. So you see him just airdrop. He's just like, wow. He couldn't even believe it. So here's another one just in the middle of the heat. Kind of the same thing. Gets a nose ride combination to just a nice airdrop floater here. So the variety that Benoit was able to display obviously was speaking to the judges and the criteria here. Benoit swoops left, hits it right, straight back in left again to this combo. Nice swooping cutback there. So that's pretty much the story.
That was one of my favorite hits of the whole final was that first rebound on this wave.
Yeah, and just a setup on here. I love this nose ride where it just goes through the flat spot. And then 2 for 1. He finds this backhand connection. And at this point, you're like, what can Benoit do wrong? And it turns out there's nothing he can do wrong. Here it is again. And look at the technicality right there. It just holds that nose ride. The pressure, you can see his toes up. You know, relieving the pressure just to get the nose up a little bit to get this going.
And, you know, I think Benoit might have been a little disappointed in the end result. Okay, yeah, so we will, I think Benoit may have been a little bit disappointed after the shortboard because he was one of the stars of the shortboard event as well. And it's got to feel like a little bit of, not justice because I don't think it was injustice for him in the shortboard event, but just kind of even sweeter that since he didn't have the shortboard result that he hoped for, that he comes away as a longboard champion against an extremely formidable
He's stoked too. He's celebrating on the way in, and yeah, it's got to feel good to, you know, come back and able to get the job done and win his. I believe it's going to be his first SUP World Longboard title. So, congrats to him. He's got all his homies. What's up? Yeah.
Now, didn't he have to sneak past the Style Master as well? I don't remember. Did you?
I tried to make it rough for him, but he took me out.
You had a chance. You had a chance there in the quarters.
Look at these guys. So there's his brothers. I'm assuming they're going to get the chair up the beach.
The chair up the rocks.
Yep. And there it is.
Yep, Matt and Pierre. He's got his twin brothers. And then there's Sai, our photographer, getting the shot as always.
Sai just nailing the shots. See Tatiana right there as well. Social media getting the clips for the stories. Benoit and Takanui. He's got to hang his head up high. He was ripping all event long. I am so impressed with that kid surfing.
I mean, first place in the shortboard and second place on a borrowed board.
He's pretty much unstoppable at the moment. Takanui on top of the world in this SUP world.
I mean, think about any other like surfing event. Who would show up on a borrowed board and make a final? You know, like that's a difficult thing to do. People are so tuned into their equipment, and my point is that Taka's surfing is so talented that he didn't need to be tuned into his equipment, and he could still deliver nines. Right? So there's again Matt and the family. Benoit getting some hugs from some of his fellow French competitors. Family. Good times. Congratulations, Benoit. You could tell he wanted it when he would kick out of some of the waves. He's a relatively mild-mannered guy, and you saw some subtle little fist pumps and little things that is clearly competitive.
Absolutely, and you know, just watching him celebrate with his friends and family there, you know, it definitely shows, you know, how much he did want this longboard title. So
there he was giving a little thanks to the man above right there. You can see the relief right in his face. He knew what he had. He knew what he had to accomplish, and he did it. So it's been a long time. As Matt was in the booth saying, said Benoit's been competing with Starboard, I believe, for a dozen years or something, or 10 years something to that effect. So you know, he's not is the late 20s at least. Which sounds funny to say. It sounds old in this.
Yeah, he's definitely not old yet, but definitely a savvy veteran, right? We talked about him multiple times throughout this event of like just what a complete competitor he is. You know, doesn't make a lot of mistakes, and he's just going to celebrate. Here we go.
And Matt's girlfriend, Camille. So
it sounds like we're going to throw it to a commercial break, and we'll be back in just a minute, you guys. And, stay tuned for more APP World Tour Gran Canaria Pro.
No es todo lo que tenemos, es todo lo que nos da. La isla en la que vivimos te deja sabor a sal. Resulta tan complicado saber cuál es tu lugar hasta que llega el momento de ser un isleño más. No es todo lo que tenemos, es todo lo que nos da. La isla de contrastes, lugar de diversidad. El viento que nos da pena también sabe alimentar. No es todo lo que tenemos, es más bien lo que nos da.
La herencia de un pueblo de nobleza y fuego, la fuerza del mar, la tierra y el cielo, diversa belleza humana y salvaje, su mágica esencia, su gente y paisaje, fuente de energía limpia y soberana, tanta riqueza que nutre y que sana, en nuestras manos nuestra libertad, isla de fortuna que tanto nos da.
La isla de buena gente, tierra sagrada, sol que me ampara, la isla de mi vida, el mar que sirve de puente no es la frontera, hay mil maneras de ver la de mi vida.
¿Alguna vez te has preguntado por qué siempre quieres más? Más lunes sin alarmas. Más primeras veces. Más saltos al vacío. Más desayunos en la cama. Más olor a mar y a campo. Más sonrisas a cámara. Más latidos por minuto. Más disfrutar del camino. Más sueños casi cumplidos. Más amigos de repente. Más carreras a cualquier parte. Más sabores por descubrir. Más quedarse sin palabras. Más tiempo. Tiempo para perderse y volver a encontrarse. En definitiva, más momentos como este. Y este. Y este. ¿Y si la respuesta nunca ha estado en el qué, sino en el dónde? Gran Canaria, mucho por vivir.
Welcome back, you guys. APP World Tour. We just crowned Benoit Carpentier SUP World Longboard Champion, and we got him down with Tatiana with the interview. Let's hear what Benoit's got to say.
I'm on the beach with Benoit Carpentier, who is our official APP SUP Longboard World Champion. How does it feel, Benoit?
Yeah, it feels amazing. I've been looking for this a long time.
I got like crowned like world champion in SUP surfing twice now with regular SUP surfing in 2019 in El Salvador and here in 2022, and I just missed the final like a few years ago against Leco here, and I'm just so happy to finally get that title. It's been a battle like against myself just to be good at the right moment and to prove I can do it, and today was amazing having my family here, and I'm just...
I wanted to ask you that. You got a bit emotional earlier, you know, hugging your mum. You've got your brothers, you've got both your parents, you've got your girlfriend. How does that feel, having that kind of support?
Yeah, no, it's amazing because they've never been here like on the World Championship. They always they cannot get in trouble and do this. So it was really the time. Sorry, it's hard, but it's really the time they can all come and manage to do it. So I couldn't do it in Eldoret, but I did it here, so I'm super happy. I have Kian as well filming here with me, and we're going to do a little movie as well, so thanks to him, and thanks to Starboard as well for supporting me, and thanks.
We are so happy for you, Benoit. It's a long time coming. You were absolutely ripping in that final. It was all yours from the very beginning, so congratulations. Thank you, guys.
Wow, you guys. I mean, what an interview. Benoit Carpentier, all the emotions pouring out, you know, and got me a little choked up, to be honest, because, you know, like you said, Benoit is just so, he doesn't show a ton of emotion, you know, and for all, you know, we just learned how much it really meant to him, you know, and even when I was competing with him, he's pretty happy-go-lucky, you know, appeared to you know, cool, if I win, I win. If not, that's fine. I'm just having fun, but I mean, he just told him. He just told you how hard he's been working to get that title and how important it is, and rightfully so, because winning the SUP World title and now winning the longboard title, I mean, it stamps him as one of the best all-around SUP surfers on the planet. Of course, he already was, but
I mean, it stamps him as an all-around waterman as well. You know, because he is a longboard surfer and he's competing on the Wingfoil Tour, but. Getting back to this, he mentioned it. He had his family on the beach, and it was important to him. He was surfing great in the pro division this week over at Lorette, and he clearly wanted it based on this interview. He wanted in front of his family to become the stand-up world champion. Now he's already done that twice in his career, and he's never done the longboard side. But after not succeeding and surfing at an incredibly high level and not succeeding to become world champion in the pro division, shifting over here to the pro longboard division, as we heard in that interview, it was extremely, extremely emotional for him to take the win. And the reality is that Benoit had to earn it in that win, because Taka, this entire event, if we're honest with ourselves, he was the longboard surfer to beat. I mean, he was delivering the highest scores. Leo Jimenez was delivering radical maneuvers, but Taka was delivering the highest scores. But Benoit's surfing may have been the most complete surfing based on the judges' criteria in the event. And so in the end, the best man won, I believe. And I'm really happy for Benoit. You could see in that interview what it meant to him. Taka comes away with a world title. Benoit comes away with a world title. I think we have two of the best stand-up paddle surfers on earth coming away with world titles this week. And also the Canary Islands delivered for us as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, and you know, speaking of Taka and his family as well, you know, they got a couple world titles this weekend. So, I mean, what a fun just scenario that happened here. You know, we had the Benoit and his brothers competing. His brother almost making the final, being in the semi. We got the Inui sisters and Taka doing their thing, winning world titles here and there. So, I mean, it's fun. SUP surfing is back. We got a whole new cast of characters that are just elevating the sport, you know, and it's just been a great time down here, and I really appreciate APP making the effort to come out to Gran Canaria and just host such a world-class event. I know everybody here really enjoyed themselves, and they're going to be announcing some dates for next year, which is going to be exciting. You know, there's some rumors of some locations that I'm excited about. Won't say anything yet, but It's looking like it's coming back, and the longboard thing really adds to the element. And
I think so too. It kind of brings things full circle, as Matt said. So yeah. I mean, once again, an incredible end of the season for the APP World Tour, and next season looks like it's going to be even bigger and even better.
Absolutely, and with that, you guys, we want to thank you guys for tuning in to the APP YouTube channel and the live feed. Thank you for spreading the word, and thank you for joining us throughout the event. We've had a blast. I've had a blast calling the shots with my buddy Steve Sugarwood, Florida, California,
Style
in the
Master
house.
Dave Bainey. Thank you, Dave.
Yeah, so thank you, Steve. We're going to sign out from here officially from Gran Canaria, Las Palmas. Thank you for joining us for the APP World Tour Gran Canaria Pro-Am, and we'll see you next time. Thanks a lot.